Hi guys, tonight we step far back into the soft darkness before cities, before roads, before written names, to a cold ancient evening where firelight trembles against stone and the wind moves slowly through grass and pine. You are standing near a small shelter of hides and branches while smoke curls upward into a sky crowded with stars. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while the fire settles, tell us where you're watching from and what your local time is. It is always strangely comforting to know that someone else somewhere else is drifting into history at the same quiet hour. Now dim the lights, and let your eyes adjust to a world that is both unfamiliar and deeply your own. You're not in a kingdom. There are no crowns, no temples, no dusty old scrolls waiting politely in a museum case. You're in a world about 40,000 years ago, during the later part of the Ice Age, when modern humans were spreading through different regions of the Earth. The climate is cooler than today. Huge ice sheets lie far to the north, shaping winds, rivers, animals, and the choices people must make. Humanity is still small in number, moving in bands, carrying tools, stories, children, embers, and the quiet stubbornness required to survive. Around you, the evening air is a sharp bite. It touches your face and slips under the edge of your animal skin wrap. The ground is uneven beneath your feet, packed with frost in some places, and soft with old leaves in others. Somewhere beyond the ring of firelight, a night bird calls, once then falls silent, as if even the birds know this is not the hour for unnecessary announcements. A few people sit close to the flames, their hands open toward the warmth. One person scrapes a hide with a stone tool. Another turns a bone point in the light, checking its edge with patient care. You notice faces in the firelight. Some are broad, some narrow. Some eyes catch the glow differently. Hair falls in different textures, dark and thick, tied back with plant fibre, or tucked beneath fur. Skin shines with smoke, sweat cold, and the long memory of sunlight. These differences do not appear all at once like costumes chosen before a performance. They gather slowly over many generations as people move into new lands, meet new weather, eat new foods, and sometimes simply inherit the accidents of small family groups. This is one of the mainstream facts of human history. By around 40,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had already begun living across parts of Africa, Western Asia, Europe and beyond, adapting to many environments while still belonging to one species. That last part matters. One species. Many roads, many landscapes, many small changes written gently into bodies over time. You walk closer to the fire. It snaps softly, sending up tiny sparks that vanish into the dark. The smell is rich and layered. Smoke-roasted marrow, damp earth, animal hide, crushed grass, and the faint sour scent of people who do not have scented candles, hot showers, or lavender pillow spray. A modern person might consider this camping disaster. To them it is home for tonight, and tonight is enough. A child leans against an older woman half asleep. The woman's fingers move through the child's hair, slow and automatic. Nearby, someone murmurs a phrase you cannot understand, though the rhythm feels human in the way all quiet speech beside a fire feels human. You do not need the words to understand the mood. People are tired. The day has been long. They have walked, gathered, watched the horizon, read animal tracks, carried water, and made small decisions that could matter greatly tomorrow. Scholars remain divided on exactly how quickly certain human traits became more common after people entered new regions. Some changes may have been shaped by climate and sunlight. Others may have spread through chance migration or ancient mixing with other human groups. And some traits, perhaps many, may not have had a single clear purpose at all. The past rarely hands us a neat answer tied with a little ribbon. It usually gives us fragments, bones tools, traces of DNA, and a long silence that researchers try to listen to carefully. You watch one of the adults lift a burning branch and carry it toward the edge of camp. The flame bends in the wind, lighting a brief path over stones and trampled grass. Beyond that glow, the world disappears. There are animals out there. Reindeer horses, wild cattle, wolves, cave lions in some regions, and other creatures whose names belong to landscapes that no longer exist in quite the same way. People live close to them, not as visitors to nature, but as part of it. They follow herds, avoid danger, learn seasons, and remember places where berries ripen or flint can be found. Here's a quirky little tidbit: some Ice Age people used red ochre, a natural mineral pigment not only for art but possibly for body decoration, hide preparation, or symbolic rituals. Imagine that. Long before makeup count as team jerseys or overly complicated skincare routines, people were already colouring their world-marking meaning onto skin objects and stone. The human urge to decorate, signal, and say this matters is very old indeed. You step into the shelter. The roof is low, made from branches, hides, and whatever the land has offered. Inside, the air is warmer, though smoky enough to make your eyes water a little. The floor is layered with grasses and skins. A few tools rest near the wall, placed carefully because losing a tool in this world is not a small inconvenience. You cannot simply order another one and complain about the delivery time. Every blade scraper and point carries labour. Every useful object is a small victory against cold hunger and bad luck. As you sit, you begin to understand that human traits are not just about bodies standing alone in empty space. Bodies live inside habits. Habits live inside landscapes. Landscapes press gently, constantly, generation after generation. The shape of a nose may matter in cold, dry air. Skin pigment may matter under different levels of ultraviolet light. Body build may influence how heat is kept or released. But culture also changes everything. Fire warms, clothing protects, tools extend the hand. Shared knowledge lets a child survive what no child could learn alone. Outside, the wind moves through the camp again, brushing the hide walls with a soft, restless sound. Someone laughs quietly at something near the fire, a low breath of amusement, brief and warm. It is comforting, that laugh. Not grand, not heroic. Just a reminder that even here, in a world of ice and uncertainty, people are still people. They get tired, they tease, they worry, they care for children. They probably misplace things and blame someone else because some ancient traditions are surely eternal. You look once more at the faces around you. They are not symbols of separate human stories. They are variations within one long-shared story. The differences that will one day be labelled, exaggerated, misunderstood, and argued over begin here as ordinary responses to place ancestry, chance and time. Quiet changes, slow changes, changes so gradual no one sitting at this fire would notice them happening. The flames lower. The older woman pulls the child closer. A hunter rubs warmth back into stiff fingers. Above you stars shine with a clarity most modern nights have forgotten, and as you sit among these early humans wrapped in smoke and cold and firelight, you begin the journey into why some humans develop different traits, not as a tale of division, but as a soft, ancient map of survival. You remain near the edge of the ancient camp as the fire settles into a quieter glow. The first section of night has passed and the cold has deepened. It is the kind of cold that does not rush. It simply arrives, sits down beside you and waits for you to notice. The hides over your shoulders feel heavier now, slightly damp from breath and smoke. Around the camp, people shift closer to one another. Not dramatically, not like a scene in a survival film, but with the small practical movements of those who know that warmth is shared. To understand this world, you first need to feel its size. About 40,000 years ago, the Earth is not arranged as the familiar map in your mind. The coastlines are different in places because so much water is locked away in great ice sheets. Sea levels are lower. Vast grasslands stretch where forests may later grow. Cold deserts lie under wide skies. Glaciers sit over huge northern regions, shaping rivers, winds, animal routes, and human paths. The planet is not frozen everywhere, despite what the phrase Ice Age sometimes suggests. It is more complicated than that which is rude of it, honestly, when a simple label would be easier. You begin walking away from the camp in imagination, though your body stays beside the fire. You travel across open steppe where dry grass whispers beneath the wind. You pass scattered shrubs, patches of pine, frozen streams, and long animal trails pressed into mud. The air smells of frost and distant smoke. A herd of wild horses moves slowly across the pale land, their breath rising in small clouds. Farther away, reindeer graze, with heads lowered, their antlers dark against the fading moonlight. Every animal seems to carry a map inside its bones, knowing where to move, when to leave, and how to survive another season. This is the larger world human beings are entering. Not a single stage, but many landscapes. Some groups live near coasts where shellfish, fish, seabirds, and seals may become part of daily life. Others move through grasslands, following herds and gathering roots or seeds when they can. Some shelter near caves or rock overhangs. Others build temporary camps in the open. Technology is simple compared with modern machines, but not simple in thought. Stone tools are carefully made. Fire is controlled. Clothing is stitched or tied. Knowledge passes from older hands to younger hands again and again, with a patience that would make modern tutorial videos look rather impatient. A mainstream historical fact rests quietly beneath all of this. During the period around 40,000 years ago, humans were living through the Upper Paleolithic, in many regions a time associated with more varied tools, symbolic objects, art, and long-distance movement. This does not mean every group lived the same way or changed at the same pace. It means the human world was becoming more flexible, more inventive, and more widely spread. You follow a small band as they move at dawn. Their footsteps are careful. They do not march like soldiers. They move like people reading the ground. One adult pauses to touch a track in the soil. Another looks toward the sky, judging weather from cloud and light. A child carries a bundle of dry plant stems. Someone else carries a stone core wrapped in hide, because good stone is worth carrying across distance. The sound of their movement is soft leather against grass breath in cold air. Wooden shafts tapping lightly, a baby stirring under a fur wrap. The world they cross is beautiful, but it does not care about being comfortable. Winters can be long, food can vanish, rivers flood or freeze, herds choose another route. A storm can turn a familiar path into a difficult one. Yet humans are very good at making patterns from uncertainty. They remember, they teach, they experiment. They complain, probably because complaining around a fire may be almost as old as fire itself. Researchers continue to question how much these shifting environments directly shaped human physical traits, and how much came from migration, mixing, and random inheritance. Climate mattered, yes, but it was not the only hand at work. A trait might become common because it helped people survive. Another might become common because a small group happened to carry it when they settled somewhere new. Another might spread through relationships between groups, trade, or intermarriage. The story is not a straight road. It is more like a river delta dividing and reconnecting under the moon. As you move farther across this ancient world, the light changes. In one region, sunlight reflects harshly off snow and pale stone. In another, it filters through woodland green and dim. Near a coast, the air tastes of salt. Waves slap gently against rocks. Seaweed lies in dark ribbons along the shore, smelling sharp and mineral. People here listen not only for hooves and birds, but for tides. They know when shellfish can be gathered. They know which pools hold life. They know the sound of weather turning over water. A quirky, lesser-known tidbit comes from the deep past of coastal life. Some prehistoric groups use shells not just as food remains, but also as ornaments, tools, and possibly containers for pigment. A shell could be dinner decoration and storage, which is honestly more useful than many modern kitchen gadgets that promise to change your life and then sit in a drawer forever. You continue inland into a valley between low hills. The air is colder here at night, trapped close to the ground. Frost clings to grass like pale thread. A temporary shelter stands near a cluster of trees, its supports made from branches and perhaps bones in some Ice Age regions where large animals provided building material. Smoke rises from a small fire pit. People sit with their backs to the wind. Their clothing is not random wrapping, it is skill. Hide must be scraped, softened, shaped, pierced, tied, and repaired. Warmth is not simply found, it is made. And now you begin to see why traits could develop differently. A group living for generations under strong sunlight faces different pressures than a group living under weak northern light. A group depending on seafoods has different nutrition than one relying more heavily on large land animals, root seeds, or seasonal plants. A group isolated by mountains, ice desert, or distance may carry certain inherited features forward simply because there are few newcomers. Time turns these little circumstances into patterns, but it is important to keep the pace of this idea gentle. No one wakes one morning and becomes adapted to a place. No child is born because the landscape made a quick request. These are slow changes carried through birth, survival, pairing, movement, and chance. 1,000 quiet evenings, 1,000 fires, 1,000 children growing into adults beneath different skies. The night around you softens. Back at the first camp, someone adds a branch to the fire. It catches slowly glowing red before flame returns. The smoke lifts, then bends sideways in the wind. You can hear distant animals moving beyond the dark. The world is wide, cold, varied, and alive. And across it, small human groups are beginning to follow different roads, not away from one another in spirit, but into the many rooms of the same ancient house. You keep moving through the ancient world, and now the path begins to narrow between two low ridges of stone. The morning is pale, almost silver. Frost lies in thin sheets on the grass, and when you step it gives a soft, brittle sound, like the world is quietly breaking into tiny pieces beneath your feet. Ahead, the small human group walks in a loose line, not hurried, not careless. Each person carries something useful, a bundle of hides, a hefted stone tool, a child, a memory of where the river bends. Before you notice the bodies around you, it helps to remember the setting behind them. These people live without farms, permanent towns, metal tools, wheels, writing, or stored grain in any large and reliable sense. Their survival depends on movement, shared knowledge, and attention. The land teaches constantly. Cold teaches. Heat teaches. Hunger teaches very firmly with no concern for anyone's feelings. Over many generations, places like this do not simply shape habits. They can also shape which inherited traits become more common. You pause at the ridge and look out over a wide valley. In one direction, the land opens into dry grassland with scattered animals moving like dark marks against the morning. In another, a line of trees follows the river, their branches bare and black. The air smells of cold stone, wet bark, and distant smoke from the camp now behind you. Sunlight touches the valley floor slowly, and as it spreads, you begin to imagine different human groups living in different places under different skies. Some live where sunlight is strong through much of the year. Some live where clouds, forests, or northern latitudes soften the light. Some travel through icy wind. Others shelter near warmer coasts. Some eat mostly large land animals during parts of the year. Others gather shellfish roots, berries, nuts, seeds, and small game. These differences do not create separate kinds of humans. They create different pressures, different chances, and different rhythms of life. A mainstream historical fact sits quietly here. Human physical variation developed gradually as populations moved into different environments and traits, such as skin pigmentation, body proportions, facial features, and some digestive or immune responses were influenced by a mixture of natural selection, ancestry, migration, and chance. None of this happened in one moment. None of it followed a perfect plan. Evolution is not a tidy office worker with labelled folders. It is more like a very patient night watchman noticing what continues and what fades. You see one man in the group stop near the river. He bends to test the mud, then points to tracks. His hands are broad and cracked from cold. His skin is darkened by weather smoke and sun. Beside him a woman pulls her hide, covering closer around her shoulders. Her hair is tied back with a strip of sinew, and loose strands shine in the weak light. A child watches them both, face half hidden in fur eyes wide and sleepy. The child's cheeks are round from youth, not from adaptation, though over generations body shape can indeed matter in different climates. And you might wonder as you stand there breathing the cold air why bodies would change at all, when culture seems so powerful. After all, people have fire, they have clothing, they have shelters, they have tools, they have social care, which is perhaps the most underrated survival technology of all. A person with a broken leg, a difficult birth, or a hungry child might survive because others help. That is deeply human. Also, frankly, much nicer than being told by nature to simply try harder. But culture does not erase environment. It softens it. It gives people room. Clothing protects skin from cold, but sunlight still matters. Fire warms a shelter, but food still matters. Tools help hunting, but the body still uses energy stores, fat breathes, air fights infection, and turns nutrients into life. So bodies and cultures move together like two quiet walkers on the same path. Researchers continue to question how strongly each environmental factor influenced human traits during this period. Some suggest that climate played a major role in body build, with colder regions favouring shapes that conserve heat more easily. Others argue that cultural inventions such as tailored clothing and improved shelters reduced the pressure for physical change. Both ideas can be partly true, which is very inconvenient for anyone hoping history will behave like a simple, multiple-choice quiz. You follow the group down toward the river. The water runs dark between stones whispering under a thin skin of ice near the edges. One person kneels and fills a container made from hide, or perhaps a hollowed natural material. Another watches the tree line. The smell of wet earth rises as the frost begins to melt. Somewhere above a raven calls. Its voice sounds rough and clever, as if it knows too much, and has decided not to explain. In this valley, sunlight is low during parts of the year. In another land far south, sunlight may fall strongly on bare shoulders and open ground. Skin pigment shaped by melanin helps protect against ultraviolet radiation. In regions with intense ultraviolet light, darker skin can protect phytonutrient important for healthy development. In regions with weaker ultraviolet light, lighter skin can help the body make vitamin D more efficiently, although diet can complicate this story. Fish rich in vitamin D, for example, can change the pressure sunlight places on skin. The body once again refuses to be simple. Very on brand for the body. A quirky lesser-known tidbit: some prehistoric people may have used animal fat ochre and plant materials on skin or hides in ways that could protect against sun insects, cold or wear. It was not sunscreen in a modern bottle with a beachy smell and tiny unreadable instructions, but the idea of coating colouring or treating surfaces for protection is very ancient. As you walk farther, you notice how noses and faces meet the air. In cold or dry climates, some scientists have proposed that narrower nasal passages may help warm and moisten air before it reaches the lungs. In warmer, humid places, different shapes may work just as well. But this too is debated because facial features are shaped by many things, including ancestry, random change, and development during childhood. You cannot look at one feature and read a whole history from it like a signpost. The past is gentler and more complicated than that. The group pauses in a sheltered hollow where the wind is weaker. Someone begins repairing a tool. The soft tapping of stone on stone becomes part of the morning soundscape. Tap, pause, tap, scrape, breath. The rhythm is slow enough to make your eyelids heavy. You can smell smoke still clinging to clothing from the night before. You can feel the damp cold through the soles of your feet. A child picks at a bit of frozen moss, then loses interest because children of every era are skilled at briefly studying something and then immediately requiring something else. You sit on a flat stone and look at the people around you again. Their traits are not labels, they are not borders. They are traces of movement, sunlight, cold food, kinship, isolation, meeting, luck and time. Some traits help, some simply travel with families, some become noticeable only after countless generations, and all of them belong to the same human story. The sun climbs a little higher, though it gives more light than warmth. The valley opens ahead and the group begins to move again, following tracks beside the river. You rise with them, carrying the quiet knowledge that human difference was never a sudden dividing line. It was a slow conversation between bodies and places spoken in Weatherford birth distance and the soft persistence of life. Morning arrives slowly over the ancient world, not with alarms or glowing phone screens, but with pale light spreading across stone and frost. You wake beside a dying fire where the last embers pulse softly under grey ash. The air inside the shelter is cool enough to sting your nose when you breathe. Somewhere nearby, someone coughs quietly. Another person pushes fresh branches onto the fire, and thin ribbons of smoke begin climbing upward again, carrying the familiar smell of pine resin, damp hide, and old ash. You step outside and feel the cold touch your face immediately. The valley is quiet except for distant birds and the low movement of wind through dry grass. Beyond the camp hills stretch toward a pale horizon, where sunlight has only just begun to appear. It is beautiful in the patient way ancient landscapes often are. Nothing hurries, nothing flashes, the earth simply waits. As you walk beside the waking camp, you begin thinking about sunlight itself. Not the warm, pleasant sunlight of a modern beach vacation with overpriced drinks and someone forgetting sunscreen in the hotel room. This is sunlight as biology, sunlight as pressure, sunlight as one of the quiet forces that slowly shaped human skin over thousands of years. One detail researchers often point to is the role of ultraviolet radiation in human evolution. Near the equator, where sunlight is strong year-round, darker skin, rich in melanin, helps protect the body from excessive ultraviolet exposure. Melanin acts like a natural shield, reducing damage to skin cells and helping preserve important nutrients such as folate. Folate matters for healthy cell growth and reproduction, which means preserving it would have been important for survival across generations. Farther from the equator, however, conditions change. Sunlight weakens, winters lengthen. Clouds, forests, and cold weather reduce exposure even more. In these environments, lighter skin can help the body produce vitamin D more efficiently from limited sunlight. Vitamin D supports bone health and immune function, both of which matter greatly when survival already depends on enduring harsh conditions. But even this explanation is not perfectly settled. Anthropologists continue exploring whether diet played a larger role in some regions than previously believed. Groups living near coasts, for example, often ate fish rich in vitamin D, which may have reduced selective pressure for lighter skin in certain populations. Human adaptation once again behaves less like a straight line and more like a winding footpath disappearing into fog. You kneel near the river where thin ice cracks softly at the edges. The water smells metallic and cold. A woman nearby washes something in the shallows, her hands red from the chill. The morning light catches her skin differently. Then it catches the skin of the others standing farther back in shadow. You notice variation everywhere once you begin looking carefully. Not categories, not divisions, variation. Small shifts across many generations. The camp slowly comes alive around you. A child carries armfuls of brush toward the fire, dropping half of it along the way. One older man sharpens a stone point against another rock with slow practiced movements. Tap, scrape, tap. The sound becomes strangely soothing. Somewhere behind you, meat cooks over the fire and the smell drifts through the cold air, rich and smoky. Excavations from prehistoric sites show that humans around this period already relied heavily on fire clothing shelters and cooperation to survive diverse climates. These cultural tools mattered enormously. Without them, human expansion into colder regions would have been far more difficult. A body alone cannot easily withstand Ice Age winters. A body with tailored hides, heated shelters, shared food, and social support suddenly has a much better chance. And tailored clothing may have been more sophisticated than many people imagine. Bone needles discovered at Upper Paleolithic sites suggest that some groups stitched fitted garments rather than simply draping skins over themselves. That detail changes the picture entirely. You stop imagining shaggy cave people wandering around wrapped like poorly packed laundry and start imagining skilled craftspeople shaping warmth with careful hands. Another surprising discovery from Ice Age archaeology involves the use of ochre pigments. In several regions, ancient people ground minerals into powder and used them in rituals, decoration, or practical tasks. Some researchers even think ochre mixed with animal fat may have helped protect skin against insects or harsh weather. Humanity has apparently been experimenting with skincare for an extremely long time. You walk uphill from the river as the sun climbs higher. The light remains pale and cool, but it spreads farther across the valley now. Frost melts into dark patches of mud. Animal tracks become clearer. Hoof prints, paw prints, the delicate marks of birds. Every surface seems to hold a memory from the night before. As you climb, you think about how slowly these changes unfolded. No one living here would notice evolution happening around them. A mother would simply see her child. A group would simply know their relatives and neighbours. Generations pass too gradually for anyone to observe the larger pattern directly. Only much later, through archaeology, genetics and comparison across populations, would humans begin piecing together the story. Genetic evidence hints that many traits associated with skin pigmentation evolved at different times in different human groups. Some changes became widespread relatively recently in evolutionary terms, especially after humans moved into northern regions. Others may trace back much farther. Researchers still disagree about the exact timing of certain genetic shifts because ancient DNA is incomplete and preservation varies greatly between climates. The wind rises briefly as you reach the ridge. It pushes against your clothing and carries the smell of snow from somewhere far away. You pull the hide tighter around your shoulders and look across the open land. In the distance, smoke from another camp rises into the sky. Tiny human groups scattered across enormous landscapes, some separated by mountains, some divided by rivers or forests, some meeting occasionally, others remaining isolated for long stretches of time. Isolation matters more than people often realize. In small groups, certain inherited traits can become common, simply because the community is small. If only a few families settle in a new region, the traits they carry may shape future generations strongly. This process, known today as genetic drift, does not require a trait to be especially useful. Sometimes chance quietly guides history, while everyone assumes something more dramatic must be happening. You sit on a flat stone warmed slightly by the growing sunlight. The surface feels rough beneath your hand. Nearby, a few people gather edible roots from softer ground exposed by melting frost. Their movements are calm and efficient. Nobody wastes energy. Life here rewards patience more than speed. A child looks up at the brightening sky and squints hard against the light. You watch the expression and wonder how many thousands of mornings like this helped shape the subtle diversity of human features across the earth. Tiny adjustments, tiny inheritances, tiny advantages. The process is so gradual it almost resembles weathering more than transformation. The camp behind you grows louder now with ordinary sounds of survival. Fire crackling, stones scraping, low conversation, the shuffle of feet over frozen ground. None of these people know their ancestors to billions. None of them know future societies will argue endlessly about human difference while sitting indoors under electric lights, eating snacks from plastic bags. They simply know the day has begun, the air is cold, and the fire must stay alive. You rise slowly and begin walking back toward the smoke, carrying with you the growing understanding that skin, like every human trait, emerged from a long conversation between sunlight, geography, survival, migration, and time. You leave the sunlit ridge and follow the group into a stretch of open land where the wind has gathered strength. It comes across the valley in long cold breaths sliding over grass stone and patches of old snow. The air presses against your eyes until they water. You blink slowly and lower your face, understanding at once why even a simple walk can become tiring in a place like this. The cold does not need to be dramatic, it only needs to be constant. Before you move deeper into this landscape, it helps to remember how different the Ice Age world could be from one valley to the next. Some regions offered forests and sheltered streams. Others opened into dry steppe where wind moved freely for miles. Farther north, snow and ice reflected sunlight with a brightness that could strain the eyes. People did not live inside sealed houses with glass windows, central heating, and curtains that pretend to be decorative while secretly doing nothing useful. They lived in direct conversation with weather. You raise a hand to shade your eyes. The light is not warm, but it is sharp. It glints from pale stone and thin ice along the riverbank. In snowy regions, reflected light could be intense, especially in winter. Vision mattered greatly for people who tracked animals, recognized distant movement, searched for edible plants, made tools, and read the land. The human face, including the brow, nose, cheeks, and eyes, sat at the meeting place between body and environment. Evidence from human variation suggests that facial traits develop through many overlapping causes, including climate ancestry, random inheritance, and adaptation to local conditions. Eye shape and surrounding facial structure may have helped some populations deal with cold wind, dry air, glare, or blowing dust, though no single explanation accounts for everything. The face is not one simple tool with one simple job. It is breathing, seeing, smelling, speaking, expressing, chewing, signalling, and occasionally looking unimpressed when someone says something foolish beside the fire. You walk beside an older hunter whose eyes narrow naturally against the wind. Fine lines crease the skin around them. His cheeks are raw from cold and his hair is tied back under a strip of hide. He pauses often, studying the ground and the horizon, with the patience of someone who knows that one missed sign can mean a longer hungry evening. His gaze moves slowly, not darting, not anxious, simply trained by years of noticing. Some researchers have proposed that certain facial features common in cold or windy regions may have offered protection by reducing exposure to harsh air or glare. Others caution that these traits cannot be explained by climate alone. Population history matters, ancient migrations matter, chance matters, development during childhood matters, even sexual selection and social preference may have played roles. The past is not a puzzle with one missing piece. It is more like a woven mat, and pulling one strand too hard only bends the pattern. You pass a patch of snow tucked into the shadow of a slope. The surface is crusted and faintly blue in the morning light. A child steps onto it and laughs softly when it crunches underfoot. The sound is small but bright. An adult gestures for quiet, though without anger. Sound carries in open spaces and people here are careful with noise. Somewhere beyond the rise, animals may be moving. The group spreads out slightly. One person scans the left side of the valley. Another watches the tree line. You realize how much survival depends on seeing before being seen, noticing before needing to react. A distant hoof mark, a broken twig, a bird lifting suddenly from brush, a shadow where no shadow was before. In this world, vision is not passive. It is work. A curious detail from northern survival traditions much later in time but useful for imagining the problem is the use of snow goggles by Arctic peoples. These were often made from bone ivory or wood with narrow slits to reduce glare from snow. They're not from 40,000 years ago in the scenes you're walking through, but they reveal something timeless. People who live with intense reflected light find clever ways to protect the eyes. Nature gives pressure. culture answers with tools. Then the body and culture continue their long quiet partnership. The wind eases as you descend into a hollow lined with shrubs. The temperature seems to change immediately. Your face relaxes, your eyes stop watering. The ground smells of wet leaves and animal musk. Someone kneels near the shrubs and examines berries dried hard on their stems. Another person checks a snare or a simple trap, though traps in this period are difficult to prove archaeologically, because wood fibre and plant materials rarely preserve well. Stone survives like a stubborn witness. Softer things vanish, taking much of daily life with them. Archaeologists have found that Upper Paleolithic people made increasingly varied tools, including blades, scrapers, burins, bone points, and needles in many regions. These objects show technical planning and fine hand skill. They also tell us something about eyesight. Detailed toolmaking requires close focus, steady hands, and the ability to judge shape, edge, and symmetry in shifting light. Imagine making a delicate bone needle beside a smoky fire, while your eyes sting and someone nearby is quietly chewing. It's not exactly a calm craft tutorial, yet people manage beautifully. You sit near the shrubs while the group rests. The cold ground presses through the hide beneath you. A woman rubs her hands together, then blows warm air over her fingers. The breath rises in a small cloud. Her eyes reflect the pale sky. She watches the children with one kind of attention and the far slope with another. Human eyes do more than gather light. They communicate. A glance can warn, invite, comfort, question, or quietly say, "Please stop poking that before it becomes a problem." There is ongoing discussion about when and why certain eye-related traits became common in different human populations. Some scientists emphasize adaptation to climate and light. Others point toward genetic drift in small groups or inherited traits carried by early migrants into new regions. Ancient DNA has helped, but it cannot answer every question. Many soft tissues do not fossilize. Many faces from the deep past are known only through fragments of bone. And bone does not preserve every detail of how a living face met the wind. The group rises again and continues across the valley. As you walk, you notice how the light changes with every surface. Dark soil absorbs it. Snow scatters it. Water flashes it back suddenly. Smoke dims it near camp. Firelight warms faces at night, but also creates shadows that hide expressions. The human eye lives inside all these changing conditions. By late afternoon, clouds gather low over the hills. The world becomes gentler in colour. The harsh glare fades to grey, and the valley seems quieter. People return toward camp with measured steps carrying roots, a repaired tool and news of tracks beyond the ridge. The fire is waiting low but alive. Smoke drifts sideways as the wind turns. You sit once more near the flames and feel warmth return to your cheeks. Around you, eyes shine in the firelight. Some are half closed with fatigue. Some follow sparks as they rise. Some watch the dark beyond the shelter. Each pair belongs to a person shaped by ancestry, environment, culture, and chance, not as a symbol of separation, but as part of the same long human adaptation to Earth's many kinds of light. Evening settles over the valley with the slow softness of falling ash. The sky fades from pale grey to deep blue, and the cold begins creeping back across the ground. You return with the group toward the shelter, your boots brushing through dry grass silvered with frost. Smoke rises ahead in thin, wavering lines, carrying the scent of burning pine and animal fat. The camp looks smaller now beneath the enormous sky, just a circle of warmth, surrounded by darkness and distance. You crouch beside the fire and stretch your hands toward it. Heat brushes your skin unevenly. One side of your body warms while the other still feels the cold pressing through layers of hide and fur. Around you, people settle into familiar tasks. Someone cuts strips of meat with careful strokes of stone. Another repairs a tear in a hide covering. Children lean close to the flames until an older woman gently waves them back. Tonight your attention drifts toward hair clothing and the strange human talent for turning survival into craft. Long before cities existed, humans had already become experts at using animal skins, plant fibers, and fire to manage temperature. The earth around you could swing from bitter cold nights to warmer afternoons depending on season and region. In some places, wind stripped heat from the body constantly. In others, rain soaked clothing and chilled the skin. Survival depended not only on physical traits but also on creating barriers between the body and the environment. Archaeological discoveries from Upper Paleolithic sites reveal that humans made increasingly specialized clothing and tools for preparing hides. Bone needles found in Siberia and other Ice Age regions suggest people stitched garments fitted to the body rather than loosely wrapping themselves in fur. Tailored clothing traps heat more efficiently, which may have helped humans spread into colder climates that would otherwise have been deadly. You watch one woman scraping the inner side of an animal hide with steady movements. The scraping sound rises and falls in rhythm with the fire. Scrape, pause, scrape. The hide smells earthy and oily. Nearby lies a small pile of sinew thread prepared from animal tissue. The work is patient and skilled. Nothing about it feels primitive in the careless modern sense of the word. It feels intelligent, careful, necessary. And while the fire crackles beside you, you begin thinking about hair itself. Human beings already differed in hair texture, thickness, and growth patterns long before recorded history. Curly hair, tightly coiled hair, straight hair, wavy hair, dense facial hair, lighter body hair. All of these variations slowly emerged through long histories of ancestry and adaptation. Scientists studying hair evolution often point out that tightly curled hair may help protect the scalp from intense sunlight while allowing heat to escape. Straighter hair in colder climates may interact differently with moisture and insulation. But like many human features, there is no single explanation that satisfies every question. Some geneticists believe several hair-related traits spread partly through adaptation to climate, while others may have become common through isolation or simple inheritance within small populations. Human biology rarely follows one clean script. It improvises constantly. You lean closer to the fire as sparks rise into the dark. The warmth smells faintly sweet from resin burning inside the wood. A child beside you reaches out to touch her own hair, then quickly pulls her hand away when static from the dry cold makes the strands cling together. Some things never change. Ancient humans probably experienced winter hair frustration long before modern civilization invented Combs conditioners and deeply unnecessary celebrity shampoo commercials. Across the camp, one of the hunters loosens a fur covering from his shoulders. Underneath you see layers of softer hide stitched carefully together. Clothing here is more than protection. It is mobility. It allows people to travel farther, hunt, longer survive colder nights, and protect children from exposure. Culture changes the meaning of climate. Anthropologists often emphasize that human adaptation cannot be understood through biology alone. Fire shelter, social cooperation, and clothing transformed what environments people could endure. A human body without protection loses heat rapidly in severe cold. A human community with sewn garments, insulated shelters, controlled fire, and shared food suddenly gains entirely new possibilities. The shelter behind you glows orange from firelight. Inside the roof traps warmth and smoke together. The air smells thick with hide ash, damp earth, and cooked marrow. You step inside briefly and feel the immediate difference. Outside, the wind brushes against your skin sharply. Inside, warmth gathers close to the ground where people sleep on layered grasses and furs. Another fascinating detail from prehistoric life comes from the discovery of tiny beads and ornaments in Ice Age sites. Some were made from shells, teeth ivory, or carved bone. Researchers believe these objects may have been sewn onto clothing or worn against the body. Even during difficult conditions, people decorated themselves and signalled identity through appearance. Humans have apparently always enjoyed adding unnecessary but emotionally satisfying details to outfits. You imagine the flicker of ornaments in firelight, the soft clatter of beads while someone moves through camp, the shine of polished bone against fur. Clothing does not only keep people alive, it also tells stories. It marks belonging, skill memory, and perhaps beauty. Outside again, the night deepens. The stars appear one by one above the valley. Without modern light pollution, the sky feels crowded with light. Entire rivers of stars stretch overhead. You can hear distant animal calls echoing faintly across the dark plain. Somewhere far away, wolves answer one another in low, mournful tones. You pull the hide, wrapping tighter around your shoulders, and think about warmth itself. Human bodies lose heat through exposed skin breath and contact with cold surfaces. Body shape influences this process too. In colder climates, stockier body forms may conserve heat more effectively by reducing surface area relative to volume. In warmer climates, leaner bodies may release heat more efficiently. These patterns appear across many human populations, though not perfectly or universally. Researchers continue examining how much of this variation resulted directly from climate versus ancestry and migration patterns. Ancient populations moved repeatedly over thousands of years. Groups mixed, separated, adapted, disappeared, and reconnected. Human history is movement layered upon movement. The fire pops loudly beside you, startling a few children before everyone settles again. One older man begins humming softly while shaping a wooden shaft with a stone blade. The tune is low and repetitive, almost hypnotic. The rhythm joins the crackle of flames and the whisper of wind against the shelter walls. You notice how much comfort exists here despite the hardship. Warmth shared between bodies, food divided carefully, tools repaired for tomorrow, knowledge passed quietly through demonstration instead of lecture. Nobody announces expertise, they simply work while younger eyes watch and learn. The cold outside grows stronger as the night deepens. Frost forms along the edges of hides stretched near the shelter entrance. Breath rises white in the air. Yet inside the circle of firelight, people remain alive because they have learned to build warmth together. Hair matters, skin matters, body shape matters. But so do needles, firewood, memory, cooperation, and hands patient enough to stitch fur against the long ice age night. You settle onto the layered grass near the fire and feel the heat reach your tired legs at last. Above you, smoke drifts upward through gaps in the shelter roof. Beyond that opening waits the cold, dark sky and the endless ancient world. But for tonight, the fire holds. The fire is burned low by the time the group begins preparing to move again. Dawn is still hidden behind the hills, and the camp exists in a blue-grey half-light, where everything feels softer around the edges. You hear the rustle of hides being folded, the quiet murmur of voices, the crunch of frost beneath careful footsteps. Smoke hangs close to the ground because the air is so cold and still. You rise slowly, stiff from sleeping on layered grass and fur. Your hands ache slightly as you tighten the hide around your shoulders. Nearby, one of the hunters presses a smouldering branch into a bundle of dry moss to preserve fire for the journey ahead. Carrying fire matters. Starting it again in wet weather or high wind can be difficult, and nobody here wants to spend an icy evening rubbing sticks together while regretting every life choice that led to that moment. Today the group moves farther from familiar ground. You follow them across rolling plains touched by early light. The horizon stretches endlessly ahead, pale gold beneath heavy clouds. Herd animals move in distant clusters, their dark forms drifting through mist rising from the cold earth. The land feels enormous, almost unsettlingly open, and somewhere inside that vastness lies one of the most important stories in human history. Human beings moved, not all at once, not in one straight line, not with maps or grand speeches about destiny. Small groups travelled gradually across generations, following rivers, coastlines, animal migrations, seasonal plants, and safer climates. Some stayed in one region for long periods. Others continued outward into unfamiliar lands. The process took thousands upon thousands of years. Genetic studies and archaeological evidence indicate that modern humans originated in Africa before spreading into other parts of the world. By around 40,000 years ago, populations of Homo sapiens had already reached large areas of Europe, Asia, and beyond. These migrations shaped not only culture and technology, but also the patterns of human diversity that would continue developing over time. You walk beside a narrow stream where ice forms delicate shapes along the edges. The water smells clean and mineral sharp. One child crouches briefly to touch it, then jerks their hand back with a startled laugh at the cold. The adults barely react. Cold surprises children in every century. The group pauses near a rocky outcrop where wind offers less resistance. One woman kneels and adjusts a carrying sling made from hide and woven fibres. A baby sleeps against her chest beneath layers of fur. You notice how carefully movement is organised. Nobody carries unnecessary weight. Stone tools are wrapped tightly. Food is divided and secured. Fire materials stay dry. Knowledge travels with the group as surely as the people themselves. And knowledge is survival. You begin imagining what migration actually felt like for ancient humans. Not as arrows on a classroom map, but as ordinary mornings filled with uncertainty. You wake. You walk. You search for water. You remember landmarks. You avoid danger. You wonder whether the valley ahead contains food or trouble. You hope your children survive another winter. Some communities likely travelled surprisingly long distances over generations. Obsidian and other stone materials sometimes appear far from their geological origins, suggesting either movement or exchange between groups. Tiny objects from the deep past quietly reveal enormous journeys. One especially interesting discovery comes from prehistoric footprints found in different regions of the world. Ancient footprints preserve moments so ordinary they almost feel intimate. A child running beside adults, bare feet crossing wet ground, someone pausing near water. For a brief instant you stop seeing prehistory as abstract time and start seeing it as people moving through mud exactly as humans still do today. The wind strengthens as you climb toward higher ground. It whistles through gaps in stone and pushes at your clothing. You lower your head and continue upward with the others. From the ridge you can see the landscape unfolding in layers of grassland, frozen streams, distant forest, and wandering animal herds. Somewhere far behind these travellers lies Africa, the homeland of modern humans. Not as a single untouched starting point frozen in time, but as a continent rich with diverse populations, environments, and histories even then. Human variation already existed there long before migrations carried people elsewhere. Diversity did not suddenly appear after migration. It travelled from the beginning. Scientists examining ancient DNA continue refining the timeline of these movements. New discoveries regularly reshape earlier assumptions. Some migration routes may have followed coastlines. Others likely moved inland through river systems and open plains. Climate shifts repeatedly opened and closed pathways across the world, forcing people to adapt, pause, redirect, or settle temporarily. You descend the ridge into a sheltered valley where snow still lingers in shaded patches beneath trees. The smell changes immediately. Damp bark, pine needles, wet earth, slowly thawing beneath frost. The forest muffles sound, making footsteps softer. Even the group's breathing seems quieter here. A young hunter stops suddenly and gestures toward broken branches ahead. Everyone freezes. For a long moment nobody speaks. You hear only wind moving high above through the trees. Then the tension eases. Not danger, just signs of animals moving through recently. You continue deeper into the woods, and your thoughts drift toward isolation. When small groups moved into distant regions, some became separated from others for long stretches of time. Mountains, deserts, glaciers, forests, and sheer distance could limit contact. In these isolated populations, inherited traits sometimes became more common simply because there were fewer people overall. Modern genetics calls part of this process the founder effect. If a small group carrying certain traits settles far away and grows over generations, those traits may become widespread among descendants, even without offering a major survival advantage. Chance quietly shapes populations alongside adaptation. You pass beneath tall trees dusted lightly with snow. A few birds flutter overhead before disappearing into branches. One older woman in the group carries a pouch decorated with small beads carved from bone. They click softly as she walks. Objects like these appear at many Upper Paleolithic archaeological sites. Beads pendants, carved figurines, and decorated tools suggest humans carried not only practical needs during migration, but also identity, memory, and symbolism. People moving across the world still wanted beauty, belonging, and meaning. That detail feels strangely comforting. The day grows colder as clouds gather again overhead. Light filters through them in muted silver bands. The group begins preparing temporary camp beside a stand of trees where fallen branches can be gathered for firewood. You help stack wood near the fire pit while someone strikes sparks carefully onto dry material tucked beneath bark. Smoke rises first, then a faint glow, then flame. The familiar warmth spreads outward through the cold evening air. Faces brighten in flickering orange light. Someone hands around strips of dried meat. Children curl close beside adults beneath thick fur coverings. Outside the circle of firelight waits an enormous, restless world filled with rivers, mountains, storms, and unknown horizons. But humans keep moving through it anyway, slowly, patiently, generation after generation, carrying fire tools, stories, and the beginnings of the many traits that future people will inherit without ever realizing how long the journey truly was. Night settles quietly over the temporary camp beneath the trees. Snow clings to the dark patches of ground where sunlight never fully reached during the day. The fire crackles softly in the center of the shelter, sending shadows drifting across hide walls and tired faces. Smoke curls upward through a narrow opening overhead, carrying the smell of pine sap and roasted marrow into the cold air outside. You sit close to the warmth with your hands stretched toward the flames. Around you, people move more slowly now. The long walk has drained energy from everyone. One hunter rubs sore knees while another carefully checks the edge of a stone blade in the firelight. A child sleeps against a pile of folded hides, one small hand still clutching a carved bone bead. Beyond the shelter, the ancient world feels enormous and dark. And somewhere out there, not far from these migrating humans, other kinds of humans still exist. For most of modern history, people imagined human evolution as a neat ladder, one species replacing another in orderly fashion, as if nature enjoyed maintaining paperwork. But the deeper archaeologists looked into prehistory, the stranger the story became. Around 40,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were not entirely alone. You step outside the shelter and listen to the wind move through the trees. The forest smells cold and damp with traces of moss beneath the snow. Somewhere far off, an animal snaps branches while moving through the dark. As modern humans spread into Eurasia, they encountered other human relatives, including Neanderthals and a mysterious population now called Denisovans. These were not mythical creatures or crude half-animals. They were humans too, adapted to their own environments over hundreds of thousands of years. Neanderthals lived across parts of Europe and Western Asia long before Homo sapiens arrived there. They hunted large animals, controlled fire, made tools, cared for injured group members, and survived difficult Ice Age climates. Their bodies tended to be stockier and more powerfully built than those of many modern humans, which may have helped conserve heat in colder environments. You imagine them now, a different camp somewhere beyond the hills, another fire glowing against stone, another family wrapped in hides while snow drifts outside, another child listening to the wind. For a long time, scientists debated whether modern humans and Neanderthals merely replaced one another or actually interacted more closely. Then ancient DNA changed everything. Genetic evidence now shows that many people living today carry small percentages of Neanderthal ancestry inherited through interbreeding thousands of years ago. That discovery transformed the old story completely. Human evolution was not a clean handoff from one species to another. It was overlap, encounter, mixing, shared landscapes beneath the same cold moon. You return toward the fire while snow begins falling lightly through the trees. The flakes drift slowly through the darkness, barely visible, except when sparks rise from the shelter opening. One especially remarkable discovery came from a tiny finger bone found in Denisova Cave in Siberia. At first, the fragment looked ordinary, but DNA extracted from it revealed an entirely distinct human population previously unknown to science. The Denisovans left behind very few fossils, yet traces of their ancestry survive in some modern populations today, especially in parts of Asia and Oceania. It is strange to think about. Entire human groups nearly erased from the physical record, surviving mostly as faint echoes inside living people. Inside the shelter, the fire pops softly. Someone adds another branch. Resin hisses as it catches flame. The warm orange light flickers across faces, across stitched clothing, across sleeping children. You study the people around you differently now. Every person carries invisible histories inside their body. Ancient migrations, ancient meetings, ancient adaptations, traits passed forward through thousands of births and countless winters. Some scientists believe certain inherited genes from Neanderthals or Denisovans may have helped modern humans adapt to local conditions. Variants related to immune responses, skin fat storage, or altitude adaptation appear linked in some cases to these ancient populations. But researchers remain cautious. The human genome is incredibly complex and traits rarely come from one source alone. The wind rattles branches outside the shelter. A thin draft slips through the hide wall and brushes your neck with cold air. You pull your covering tighter and lean closer to the warmth. You begin imagining what those first encounters may have felt like. Not dramatic battles beneath storm clouds, more likely cautious observation from a distance, smoke seen across a valley, strange footprints beside a river, voices carrying faintly through trees, then perhaps exchange, curiosity, fear, cooperation in some moments, conflict in others. Ancient humans probably recognized one another as both familiar and different at the same time, and honestly, humans still do that constantly. Across the fire, one older woman traces patterns absently into the dirt beside her, while listening to the others speak. The language is unknown to you, but the tone feels recognizable. Low conversation after a difficult journey, shared memory, mild complaint. Someone quietly laughing at another person's story. Another fascinating detail from Ice Age archaeology comes from evidence that Neanderthals may have decorated themselves using pigments, feathers or ornaments long before their disappearance. In some caves, archaeologists have found modified eagle claws and traces of mineral pigments linked to Neanderthal occupation. The old image of them as dull brutes sitting silently in caves has faded badly under modern research. The deeper science looks into the prehistoric world, the more human everyone becomes. Outside, snow continues drifting down through dark branches. The forest grows quieter beneath it. Even distant sounds seem softened now. You think again about physical traits and how easily modern people misunderstand them. Features often emerge through long mixtures of ancestry, climate migration, chance, and adaptation. Human groups met repeatedly over thousands of years. They exchanged tools, ideas, genes, and survival knowledge. No population remained completely isolated forever. DNA studies continue uncovering new surprises about these ancient connections. Some evidence suggests multiple waves of interaction between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals across different regions. Other discoveries hint at population movements scientists had not expected at all. Every decade seems to rewrite another chapter of the story, and still so much remains uncertain. Most ancient people left no written records. Their voices vanished into wind long ago. What survives are fragments, bones beneath cave soil, stone tools buried under sediment, tiny scraps of DNA hidden inside teeth or frozen ground. The fire begins settling lower as midnight approaches. Several people in the shelter have already fallen asleep beneath layered furs. Their breathing rises and falls slowly beneath the crackling of the flames. You lie back against the hide bedding and stare upward toward the narrow opening in the roof. Snowflakes drift past the gap, glowing briefly orange in the firelight before disappearing into darkness. Somewhere beyond this shelter, somewhere across mountains and valleys, other humans still walk the Ice Age Earth tonight. Different faces, different histories, different inherited traits shaped by separate journeys through time. Yet all of them belong to the same tangled human story. The wind softens outside, the fire glows low and steady, and beneath the ancient snowfall the long memory of humanity continues quietly onward through the dark. The next morning begins with the sound of stone, not loud, not sharp enough to break the calm, but steady and precise. Tap, pause, tap, scrape. The rhythm slips into your half-sleep before you open your eyes. For a moment you're not sure whether it is rain, a bird, or some strange ancient clock keeping time beside the fire. Then you sit up slowly and see a man crouched near the edge of camp, shaping a piece of flint with careful hands. The air is cold enough that every breath turns pale. Frost clings to the grass beyond the shelter, and the fire has been coaxed back to life with a bundle of dry twigs. Smoke drifts low, blue and thin, smelling of ash pine and last night's cooked meat. Around you, the camp stirs gently. Someone shakes out a hide. Someone else breaks frozen soil from the bottom of a digging stick. A child yawns with impressive seriousness, as if waking up in the Ice Age is a professional responsibility. Today you watch tools. Before you look at the stone blade in the man's hand, it helps to understand the world around it. These people live by skill more than strength. A strong body helps, yes, but strength without tools is limited. Stone extends the hand. Bone extends the reach. Wood becomes spear handle, shelter frame, digging stick carrying pole. Fire changes food, warmth, safety, and the hardness of materials. In a world without metal pottery, written instructions, or hardware stores, every useful object begins with knowledge. You move closer and sit on a flat stone near the toolmaker. He holds a prepared core of flint in one hand and strikes it with another stone. A thin blade flakes away. It lands on the hide spread beneath his knees with a sound like dry ice cracking. He examines it in the firelight, turning it slowly. The edge is delicate and sharp enough to cut skin-hide meat, plant fibre, and perhaps pride if someone else tried making one and failed. Finds from Upper Paleolithic sites show that humans were producing more varied and specialised tools during this broad period. Long blade scrapers, burins, points, awls, and bone needles appear across different regions. These tools were not random stones picked up in desperation. Many required planning training and an understanding of how stone breaks. The mind behind the tool mattered as much as the hand. The toolmaker lifts the blade and passes it to a younger person watching nearby. The younger one studies it carefully, then tries to copy the movement. The first strike is awkward. The flake breaks badly. No one laughs, at least not loudly. A small smile moves around the fire because teaching has always required patience, and learning has always required surviving a certain amount of embarrassment. You notice how toolmaking changes the relationship between body and environment. A sharp scraper makes hide clothing possible. A fine needle makes fitted garments possible. A spear point makes hunting safer at a distance. A blade makes it easier to prepare food. Each tool reduces one pressure and creates new possibilities. Human evolution is not only bone and skin, it is also technique memory and the ability to say in whatever ancient language was spoken here, "No, hold it like this," Some specialists studying early technology suggest that improved tools helped humans survive climates that their bodies alone could not handle. Others point out that tools and bodies evolved together across long stretches of time, each influencing the other. There is still uncertainty over how much technological change reduced natural selection on physical traits during this era. A warm coat may protect against cold, but people still need bodies that can function well in low light, scarce food, smoke injury and stress. The camp smells stronger now as the morning grows warmer. Fat melts near the fire. Wet hides release an earthy scent. Someone crushes plant fibres between stones, perhaps preparing cordage. The fibres smell green and sharp like bruised stems. Cordage rarely survives in the archaeological record, but it must have been essential. You cannot easily make shelters, traps, bags, bindings, nets, or stitched clothing without string of some kind. Civilization, it turns out, may owe a quiet debt to rope. Not glamorous, but extremely useful. One small clue from the deep past comes from the impressions of twisted fibres and rare, preserved fragments of cordage at prehistoric sites. These fragile traces suggest that people were making string thread and woven materials far earlier than stone tools alone reveal. The problem is that plant fibres decay, so the ancient world we recover is biased toward hard things, while many of the soft, clever things have vanished. It is rather like judging a modern kitchen, only by the knives and assuming nobody ever used towels. You follow a woman toward the edge of camp where she works with bone. She has a long splinter of animal bone in her hand and smooths it against sandstone. Her movements are slow, almost meditative. The bone becomes a point, then something finer. A needle, perhaps, or an awl. The firelight glows on her fingers. The sound is gentle, a dry whisper against stone. Bone tools reveal another layer of human intelligence. Stone is sharp, but bone and antler can be shaped into flexible, durable forms. Points, needles, harpoons, and ornaments all speak of patience and imagination. People are no longer merely reacting to the world. They are redesigning their contact with it. Nearby children play with scraps of hide and broken flakes too dull to use. One child pretends to scrape a piece of bark while another solemnly supervises, which seems to be a universal childhood tradition. Even play can teach. A child copying adult work learns gestures before understanding their full importance. Hands remember before words explain. The sun climbs higher, lighting the camp in soft gold. Shadows pull back from the shelter walls. You hear birds in the trees and the distant movement of animals beyond the valley. People begin sorting tools into carrying bundles. Some blades are wrapped in hide. A scraper is tucked near a belt. A bone point is checked once more. Nothing here is casual. A tool can mean warmth tonight, food tomorrow, clothing next winter. You sit again beside the fire as the toolmaker finishes his work. He places several sharp blades in a small pouch. The pouch is worn smooth from use and tied with a strip of sinew. It looks ordinary, but in this world it is a treasure chest. Modern life hides tools inside machines and screens. You tap glass and food arrives. You press a button and heat fills a room. Here every comfort is visibly connected to labour. The blade, the hide, the stitch, the branch, the ember. Nothing pretends to be effortless. As afternoon settles, the group prepares to move or hunt or gather, guided by weather and need. You look at the firelit tools one last time and understand that human traits developed not only because people faced different lands, but because they carried solutions into those lands. The body adapted. The mind adapted. The hand made answers from stone, bone, wood, fibre and flame. The tapping fades. The fire crackles. A blade catches the light for a moment, bright as a tiny moon, before it disappears into its pouch for the long walk ahead. By midday, the camp has shifted closer to open grassland where herds sometimes pass during colder months. The shelter here is temporary, built low against the wind with hides stretched over bent branches. Smoke drifts lazily upward from the cooking fire, carrying the heavy scent of fat and roasted meat across the pale landscape. The air feels drier now. Every breath cools your throat. You sit near the edge of camp, watching strips of meat turn slowly above the flames. Grease hisses into the fire. Nearby, someone crushes dried roots between stones while another person sorts gathered nuts into small hide pouches. Children move in restless circles around the adults, wandering close to the food until gently pushed away again. Human history may change dramatically over thousands of years, but children trying to steal food before dinner appears to remain beautifully constant. Food shapes nearly everything in this world. Not simply hunger, but movement energy, health, survival, and eventually even human biology itself. Different regions offered different diets, and those diets placed different demands on the body over countless generations. Along icy coasts, seafood could provide oils and nutrients difficult to find inland. In colder plains, large game animals supplied fat, marrow, skin, and bone. Forest groups gathered nuts, roots, berries, mushrooms, and smaller animals when seasons allowed. You walk toward a flat stone where an older woman grinds plant material with patient circular movements. The smell rising from it is earthy and slightly bitter. Tiny fragments cling to her fingers. She pauses occasionally to add dried seeds gathered earlier in the season. Hidden among hearth ash and ancient grinding stones, archaeologists have discovered evidence that prehistoric humans processed wild plants far earlier than people once believed. Residues from starches and seeds appear on tools from several Paleolithic sites, suggesting that ancient diets were more varied and flexible than the old image of non-stop mammoth hunting, beside dramatic snowstorms. Honestly, ancient life involved far more gathering, preparing, scraping, drying, carrying, sorting, and chewing than most movies are willing to admit. The group's hunters return slowly across the grassland, carrying part of a freshly killed animal. Steam rises from the carcass in the cold air. The smell reaches camp before they do, warm and metallic. Immediately the entire mood shifts, not into celebration exactly, but into focused activity. Knives appear. Fires are adjusted. Children stare with wide, hungry eyes. You notice how carefully the animal is handled. Nothing useful will be wasted. Meat becomes food, fat becomes fuel and nutrition. Bones become tools, sinew becomes thread, hide becomes clothing or shelter. Even marrow hidden inside long bones matters greatly in cold climates where calories can determine survival. One remarkable detail from Ice Age camps is the evidence of systematic marrow extraction. Split bones appear frequently in archaeological sites showing how thoroughly people processed carcasses for nutrition. Marrow is rich in fat and energy, especially valuable in harsh environments. Ancient humans understood resources in a deeply practical way. If modern people approached leftovers with the same seriousness, refrigerators everywhere would probably contain far fewer mysterious containers quietly evolving into new life forms. You sit beside the fire while meat cooks. Smoke stings your eyes lightly. Fat drips onto the flames with sharp, sizzling sounds. Someone hands you a strip of roasted meat still hot enough to burn your fingers. It tastes smoky, rich, slightly gamey. Diet affects the body in subtle ways over time. Different nutrients influence growth, energy use, immunity, bone health, and metabolism. Some populations adapted to diets rich in animal protein and fat, while others relied more heavily on plants, fish, or seasonal foods. Human digestive systems remained flexible because flexibility itself was useful. Ancient remains from different regions reveal signs of nutritional stress in some populations and relative abundance in others. Teeth preserve clues surprisingly well. Wear patterns, cavities, enamel defects, and chemical traces all help researchers reconstruct parts of prehistoric diets. Teeth are oddly loyal historians. They remember what bodies consumed long after softer tissues disappear. Across the camp, one child gnaws stubbornly on a roasted bone while an older man cracks another open with a stone hammer. The sound echoes across the valley. Crack, pause, crack. Steam curls upward from the exposed marrow inside. Some scientists examining prehistoric diets believe access to calorie-dense foods helps support larger human brains and more energy, demanding lifestyles over evolutionary time. Others caution that no single food source explains human development. Cooking cooperation, food sharing, social organization, and environmental flexibility likely mattered just as much. The wind shifts, suddenly carrying the smell of snow from distant hills. Several adults glance toward the horizon automatically. Weather controls everything here. A storm arriving too early or lasting too long can reshape migration routes, hunting, success, and survival chances. You help gather more firewood before the light begins fading. Dry branches snap crisply in your hands. The bark smells sharp and resinous. Nearby, someone digs carefully through frozen soil, searching for edible roots hidden beneath the surface. Another lesser-known discovery from prehistoric archaeology involves the cooking of starchy plants much earlier than once assumed. Tiny starch grains found on grinding tools and even in dental plaques suggest that humans processed roots and wild grains tens of thousands of years ago. Bread would come much later, of course, but the relationship between humans and carbohydrates already stretched deep into prehistory. Somewhere, somehow, an exhausted Ice Age human was probably already dreaming about easier meals. The fire burns brighter as evening settles over camp. Orange light flickers against stretched hides while darkness gathers across the plains beyond. The group eats slowly, conserving food carefully. Nobody rushes. Every bite matters. You think again about how human traits emerged through these countless daily experiences. Food availability shaped bodies. Climate shaped movement. Migration shaped ancestry. Isolation shaped inherited variation. But survival also depended on creativity and cooperation. Humans adapted not only through biology, but through sharing knowledge around fires exactly like this one. A child falls asleep against an adult's shoulder while chewing the last bit of dried meat. Someone nearby hums softly while scraping fat from a hide. Sparks drift upward into the dark sky and vanish among the stars. Far away, other groups eat different meals beneath different skies. Some sit near icy coastlines, tasting salt and fish oil. Others gather nuts beneath forest canopies or roast roots beside riverbanks. Across the ancient world, diets vary, landscapes vary, bodies vary. Yet all of them remain connected through the same quiet human struggle to stay warm, stay fed, and wake again tomorrow beneath another cold prehistoric dawn. The cold arrives before sunset. You feel it first in the wind. It changes direction, slides down from the northern hills with a sharper edge than before. Grass bends under it in pale waves. Smoke from the campfire no longer rises straight upward, but streams sideways through the dimming light. The adults notice immediately. They tighten shelter bindings, gather extra wood, and pull hides closer around the children. No one complains dramatically. This weather is familiar. You stand near the edge of camp and look toward the horizon where clouds gather in long grey bands. The plains stretch outward beneath them, wide and exposed. In warmer months, the openness might feel beautiful. Tonight, it feels enormous and unforgiving. The group settles close together as darkness spreads. Fires matter more in weather like this. Heat matters. Shelter matters. Body shape matters too. Across colder parts of the prehistoric world, human populations living through generations of low temperatures often developed physical traits that helped conserve warmth more efficiently. Shorter limbs relative to body size and broader torsos can reduce heat loss by decreasing surface area exposed to cold air. Similar patterns appear in many mammals living in colder climates. You crouch beside the fire and watch one hunter rub warmth back into stiff fingers. His build is compact and powerful beneath layered hides. Nearby, a younger woman carries extra firewood against her chest while snow begins drifting lightly across the valley. Nobody discusses adaptation around the fire, of course. Nobody announces, "Good evening, everyone, our limb proportions are evolving nicely." These changes emerge slowly across many generations, shaped by survival, inheritance, and environment. The shelter smells stronger tonight. Smoke, damp fur, cooked fat, wet earth, and pine resin mingle in the heated air. Condensation clings to the inside of the hide walls. Every breath adds moisture. Every ember adds warmth. Outside, snow gathers along stones and branches in soft, uneven patches. One important clue about ancient cold adaptation comes from skeletal remains discovered across Ice Age Eurasia. Some populations living in colder northern environments appear to have had stockier body proportions than populations from warmer regions. These patterns fit broader biological principles related to temperature regulation, though human movement and ancestry complicate the picture considerably. You stretch your hands toward the fire and feel heat soak slowly into your skin. Your face warms first while your back remains chilled. Ancient cold is rarely cinematic. It is persistent instead. Fingers stiffen. Feet ache. Breath burns slightly in the lungs. Water freezes at the edges of containers overnight, and yet humans continue spreading into colder landscapes anyway. Part of the reason is culture. Fire changes everything. Shelters trap warmth. Tailored clothing protects skin. Shared sleeping spaces conserve body heat. Fat-rich diets support energy needs during freezing weather. Humans survive not because bodies alone conquer nature, but because bodies and culture work together constantly. The wind rattles the shelter walls harder now. Snow taps softly against stretched hides overhead. Someone adjusts the fire while another person checks a gap where cold air slips through near the ground. A fascinating detail hidden in Ice Age camps involves the possible use of mammoth bones and large animal remains in shelter construction across some colder regions. Archaeologists have uncovered circular arrangements of bones that may have supported hide structures during harsh winters. Imagine the effort required. Dragging enormous bones across frozen ground simply to hold warmth against the wind. Ancient engineering powered entirely by determination and probably very sore shoulders. You settle deeper into the bedding near the fire while people begin eating quietly. Tonight's meal is rich and heavy with fat. That matters in cold climates. Fat provides concentrated energy, helping bodies maintain heat during long freezing nights. The relationship between climate and nose shape has also interested scientists for many years. Some studies suggest narrower nasal passages may help warm and humidify cold, dry air before it reaches the lungs. Broader noses may function differently in warm, humid climates. But like many features, no single explanation tells the entire story. Human populations moved repeatedly, mixed often, and adapted through overlapping influences. Outside the shelter, snow thickens. The world beyond the firelight disappears into darkness and drifting white. You imagine ancient travellers crossing these plains during especially brutal winters. Boots wrapped in hide, breath freezing against fur coverings, fingers numb around spear shafts, campsites chosen carefully near fuel water or shelter from wind. One poor decision could become dangerous quickly. Evidence preserved in frozen regions suggests some prehistoric humans were remarkably skilled at surviving severe cold long before agriculture or permanent settlements appeared. Their success depended on mobility, cooperation, memory of seasonal patterns, and careful use of resources. You hear a child begin coughing softly in the corner of the shelter. Immediately an older woman shifts closer, wrapping another hide around the child's shoulders. Care matters here. Sick or injured people often survived in prehistoric communities because others helped support them. Ancient skeletons sometimes show healed injuries that would have been difficult to survive alone. That detail changes how you see the Ice Age world. Not merely harshness, also tenderness. The fire burns lower for a while before fresh wood is added. Sparks leap upward, briefly glowing against the smoke-dark ceiling. Several people have already fallen asleep. Others continue quiet tasks near the light-repairing bindings, or scraping tools with slow rhythmic movements. Your own eyelids feel heavy now as wind moans softly outside the shelter. Across these frozen regions, generations of humans learned how to live with cold, not by defeating it, but by adapting around it. Bodies changed gradually. Technology improved gradually. Knowledge accumulated gradually. No single breakthrough solved survival. Thousands of small decisions carried people forward instead. You think about the compact bodies gathered around this fire, the layered clothing, the calorie-rich food, the careful use of fuel, the closeness between sleeping bodies conserving warmth through the night. Even facial features may have reflected long relationships with climate, though scientists still refine their understanding of exactly how much influence cold exerted compared with migration and ancestry. The story remains incomplete, hidden partly beneath snow and time. The shelter grows quieter. Snow continues falling beyond the hides, softening the landscape under darkness. Somewhere far away, animals move across the plains searching for shelter of their own. Inside the camp, the fire glows red beneath drifting ash, while tired humans sleep close together against the long ice age cold. And slowly, almost invisibly, the environment continues shaping the people who endure it generation after generation beneath the winter sky. Morning comes quietly after the storm. The snow that fell through the night now lies in thin silver layers across the valley, but the clouds have begun to break apart. Pale sunlight spills slowly over the plains, touching frozen grass, black stones and the roofs of the shelters. Smoke rises straight upward for the first time in hours, a sign that the wind has finally rested. You step outside and immediately notice the brightness. Snow reflects the morning light so strongly that you squint against it. The air smells clean and sharp, almost metallic. Each breath feels cold enough to polish the inside of your lungs. But the group will not remain here long. As seasons shift, many prehistoric communities move repeatedly between environments. Cold plains give way to sheltered forests. River valleys lead toward warmer grasslands. Some groups follow coastlines where temperatures remain milder, and food sources stay more reliable. Others descend from high elevations when winter deepens. Today you travel southward with them, leaving the harsher wind behind. The landscape changes gradually over several days. Snow becomes patchier. The ground softens beneath your feet. Dry grasses appear between melting frost. Birds grow more common. You hear water moving beneath the layer before you see its streams loosening under rising temperatures. The people around you relax almost imperceptibly. Shoulders lower, faces uncover slightly from thick wrappings. Fires remain important, but survival no longer feels balanced quite so sharply, on the edge of freezing. Across warmer regions of the prehistoric world, human populations faced very different environmental pressures than those living farther north. Heat, sunlight exposure, water availability, parasites, vegetation, and seasonal food patterns all influenced daily life. Adaptation did not follow one universal direction, because humanity was spreading into many kinds of ecosystems at once. You walk beside a wide river lined with reeds and sparse trees. The sunlight feels softer here, golden instead of pale white. Mud clings to your boots. Insects buzz faintly above the water despite the cool air. Nearby, several people search along the shoreline for shellfish and edible plants. Traces from ancient camps near rivers and coasts suggest that aquatic resources became important for many prehistoric groups. Fish, shellfish, water birds, and shoreline plants provided nutrients difficult to obtain elsewhere. Some researchers believe access to these foods may even have supported population growth in certain areas, because coastlines can offer relatively stable food supplies, compared with unpredictable hunting conditions inland. You crouch near the water and watch tiny ripples spread across the surface. The river smells earthy and alive. A child nearby pokes at mud with a stick while an older woman collects reeds into bundles for later use. One overlooked detail from prehistoric life is how often people probably smelled like smoke. Nearly every shelter contained fire. Clothing absorbed it. Hair absorbed it. Hides absorbed it. Entire communities likely carried the scent constantly. Modern perfumes would probably seem very suspicious here. Imagine explaining vanilla body spray to an Ice Age hunter after walking for 3 weeks through wet grass and animal fat smoke. The group pauses during midday beneath scattered trees where the ground has begun warming under spring sunlight. You remove one outer hide layer and feel air move across your skin more freely. Temperature changes matter immediately to the body. Too much heat during movement wastes energy and water. Too much cold drains strength. This balance between retaining heat and releasing it shaped human variation across many environments. Populations living in warmer climates often developed leaner body proportions that could release heat more efficiently. Longer limbs increase surface area, helping bodies cool themselves more effectively in hot conditions. Similar biological patterns appear in many animals adapted to warm environments. Yet human beings are never shaped by climate alone. Migration mixes populations repeatedly. Social customs influence clothing and shelter. Access to water and shade matters. Diet matters. Disease matters. Even simple luck matters. The farther you travel, the more obvious this becomes. The Earth does not divide humanity into neat categories. Instead, traits shift gradually across geography, like changing colours in evening light. You continue south through open grassland where herds graze beneath huge skies. The air here feels softer against your face. Wind still moves across the plains, but without the sharp bitterness of northern cold. Some people in the group uncover their heads entirely now while walking. Ancient remains from warmer regions often show different patterns of body proportions compared with populations from colder climates. These differences align broadly with temperature adaptation theories, though scientists continue refining exactly how strongly climate shaped various populations compared with ancestry and movement between groups. You stop near a cluster of flowering plants pushing through damp soil. Their scent is faint but sweet. One younger woman kneels beside them and carefully gathers a few stems. Flowers rarely survive in archaeological sites, yet people almost certainly notice beauty around them just as humans do now. Another intriguing detail hidden in prehistoric evidence comes from microscopic plant remains found trapped in dental plaque. Tiny grains of pollen and plant fibers preserved on ancient teeth reveal that humans encountered a surprising variety of vegetation. Some plants may have been eaten, others may have been medicinal, decorative, or accidental. Ancient mouths quietly preserved little environmental diaries for future scientists to discover. By late afternoon, the group reaches a rocky rise overlooking broad sunlit plains. Far in the distance, smoke rises from another camp or perhaps a grass fire. The sight causes several adults to pause and study the horizon carefully. Human groups crossing warmer landscapes likely encountered one another more often along rivers, coasts, and migration corridors where resources concentrated. These encounters could lead to exchange, competition, cooperation, or movement into new territories. Human history has always involved connection as much as separation. The evening camp is built beside a stand of low trees. This time the shelter walls remain more open because the air is gentler. You sit near the fire and notice how differently warmth feels here. In the north, fire battled survival itself. Here it feels almost companionable, useful for cooking comfort insects and light rather than desperate defense against freezing darkness. Someone roasts fish beside the flames while another person dries strips of meat on a wooden frame nearby. The smell drifting through camp is rich and oily. Children chase one another around the edge of the firelight until an adult quietly calls them back. You lean against a smooth stone warmed by the lingering heat of the day. Crickets hum softly beyond the grass. Smoke drifts lazily upward into a sky crowded with stars. Far to the north, cold winds still sweep across frozen plains where stockier bodies and heavy clothing help preserve warmth. Here the night air touches skin differently. The body relaxes more easily. Movement feels lighter. Water flows openly instead of hiding beneath ice. And across all these landscapes, human traits continue developing, slowly shaped not by one force alone, but by countless generations learning how to live beneath different skies. The camp wakes slowly beneath a pale orange sunrise. Mist hangs low across the grasslands, drifting in long ribbons above damp ground. The fire from the night before still glows faintly beneath ash, and one of the older women kneels beside it, feeding in dry reeds and brittle twigs, until thin flames begin flickering again. Smoke curls upward into the cool morning air, carrying the smell of charred wood and yesterday's fish. You sit quietly near the warmth while the rest of the group begins stirring around you. A child rubs sleep from tired eyes. Someone stretches stiff shoulders beneath a hide cloak. Nearby, 2 hunters inspect spear points while speaking in low voices, almost lost beneath the soft crackle of fire. The world feels gentler here than the frozen northern plains you crossed before. Grass bends in warmer wind. Water flows freely instead of hiding beneath ice. Birds move constantly through the reeds near the riverbank. But even in these softer lands, survival still depends on the group, and the group itself shapes human variation more than people often imagine. You follow several adults toward the river as morning light spreads wider across the valley. Their footsteps form a loose path through wet grass sparkling with dew. Everyone knows everyone here. Every face belongs to someone remembered since childhood or birth. Every injury, habit, laugh, fear, and talent is familiar. These communities are small. Many prehistoric groups may have consisted of only a few dozen individuals moving together seasonally through known territories. Some bands probably joined with neighbouring groups at certain times of year before separating again. Others remained isolated longer because of mountains' distant harsh climate or limited travel routes. Small populations behave differently than enormous modern societies. Traits can become common very quickly simply because there are fewer people overall. You kneel beside the river and watch one young boy skip stones across the surface. The water smells rich with mud and reeds. Tiny insects hover above it in shimmering clouds. Across the bank, a woman with unusually light eyes compared with the others laughs softly as cold water splashes her hands. In a small isolated group, features carried by only a handful of people can spread through future generations almost by accident. Scientists now call this process genetic drift. Unlike natural selection, which involves traits becoming more common because they improve survival or reproduction, drift can happen purely through chance. One family survives a difficult winter, while another does not. One small group settles far from others. One migration carries only certain inherited features into a new valley. Over long stretches of time, these random shifts begin shaping populations. The process sounds technical when described in textbooks, but out here it feels strangely intimate. Entire future traits may depend on ordinary moments no one notices. A child surviving illness. A couple having many descendants. A storm forcing migration south. A river cutting off contact for generations. Hidden deep inside prehistoric DNA patterns, scientists have found evidence of repeated population bottlenecks periods when human numbers dropped low enough that chance strongly influenced which genes continued forward. Humanity nearly vanished more than once in its long past. The fact that anyone survived at all begins to feel faintly miraculous. You walk back toward camp carrying bundles of reeds gathered from the riverbank. The sun is warmer now against your shoulders. Someone has started roasting roots near the fire, and the earthy smell mixes with smoke and damp grass. Children play nearby using broken sticks as pretend spears. One falls dramatically after hunting an imaginary animal while the others laugh. The performance is surprisingly convincing. Humans clearly mastered theatrical overreaction very early. The adults remain busy repairing clothing, sharpening tools, and preparing food for travel. Yet even while working, they constantly watch one another. Social bonds matter enormously in small communities. Cooperation keeps children alive. Shared knowledge preserves hunting routes and seasonal timing. Care for injured people increases survival chances for everyone. Archaeological discoveries from several prehistoric sites show evidence that some individuals lived for years, despite injuries or disabilities that would have made independent survival difficult. Healed fractures, tooth loss, and skeletal conditions suggest long-term care from others within the group. That quiet kindness shaped human history too. You sit beside an older man while he repairs a hide-carrying bag using bone needles and sinew thread. His hands move slowly but precisely. The bag itself looks worn smooth from years of use. Every object here carries memory. As you watch him work, you begin noticing another effect of small communities. Certain customs become deeply local. One group may decorate clothing differently from another. One camp may prefer certain foods, tools, ornaments, or hunting techniques. Isolation shapes culture just as it shapes inherited traits. Buried camp layers from Upper Paleolithic sites often contain regional differences in tool styles, ornaments, pigments, and symbolic objects. Even groups separated by relatively short distances sometimes develop distinct traditions. Humanity was already culturally diverse long before cities or nations existed. A soft breeze moves through camp carrying the scent of flowering plants from farther down the valley. Insects hum lazily in the growing warmth. Someone begins softly tapping two stones together while preparing fresh tool edges. The rhythm blends with bird calls and crackling fire. Not every expert agrees about how isolated prehistoric populations truly were. Some researchers believe long-distance contact between groups happened more often than once assumed, especially along migration corridors or shared hunting grounds. Others suspect many bands remained separated for long stretches of time with only occasional interaction. The truth likely changed constantly depending on climate, geography, and season. You imagine the emotional experience of these small communities, every death deeply felt, every birth important, every stranger potentially significant. In a world without massive populations, human relationships carry extraordinary weight. Toward evening, the group gathers closer around the fire again. Light fades slowly across the plains while insects sing in the reeds beside the river. Smoke drifts upward in blue-grey ribbons through the still air. One young girl braids fibers into a cord while an older woman corrects her technique gently. Nearby, a hunter traces roots into the dirt with a stick while speaking quietly to another adult. Children drift asleep one by one against warm hides near the fire. You look around the circle and realize how much of human diversity began in places exactly like this. Small bands separated by distance and landscape. Tiny populations carrying certain inherited traits forward through generations. Culture and biology intertwining slowly beneath changing skies. No one here thinks in terms of race categories or future civilizations. They think about weather food safety children tools and tomorrow's journey. And still without realizing it, they're shaping the long human story, one family at a time beside the glowing firelight. The next morning is quiet enough that you can hear dew slipping from the reeds. It falls in tiny drops pattering onto leaves and dark soil, while the camp slowly wakes beside the river. Mist floats low over the water, turning the far bank into a soft grey shape. The fire is still alive under ash, glowing like a hidden eye, and when someone adds dry grass and twigs, the flames return with a sleepy crackle. You sit near the warmth and watch smoke drift through the pale morning. The air smells of wet earth, old embers, fish bones, and crushed plants. A child stirs beneath a fur covering, then curls back into sleep as if postponing the entire Stone Age for a few more minutes. Honestly, fair enough. Today, the group does not hurry. The weather is mild. Food remains from the previous evening. The river's generous for now. People move through small tasks with the calm rhythm of those who have a little time, and in that calm you begin to notice something less visible than sunlight, cold, or food. Chance. It is easy to imagine human traits developing only because they were useful. Darker skin protecting against strong sun, stockier bodies conserving warmth, lighter skin helping with vitamin D and weaker northern light. These patterns matter and many are supported by evidence. But not every difference among humans exists because it solved a problem. Some traits travelled through generations simply because particular people survived, moved, or had children. You watch a young woman braid a cord from plant fibers near the fire. Her hands move neatly, twisting and crossing each strand. Beside her, an older man repairs a spear shaft, smoothing the wood with a stone scraper. A little farther away, two children argue quietly over a shell bead which is apparently important enough to threaten the peace of the entire valley. No one here knows that future generations may inherit features from them for reasons that have little to do with advantage. A small group might separate after a harsh season. A handful of families might settle beyond a mountain pass. A fever might spare some children and not others. A storm might destroy one camp's stored food while another camp survives. Over time, these accidents leave patterns. Modern researchers call this genetic drift, but beside the river it feels less like a term and more like weather. Unplanned, quiet, powerful, deep inside, ancient. D.A. Scientists can sometimes see signs that human populations passed through bottlenecks, moments when numbers became very small. When that happens, chance becomes stronger. If only a few people carry a certain trait and those people happen to leave many descendants, the trait may become common later. It does not need to be better. It only needs to continue. You stand and follow two adults along the riverbank. Mud pulls gently at your feet. Reeds brush your legs with cool, wet strokes. The water moves slowly, dark and smooth beneath the mist. On the opposite bank, birds rise suddenly from the grass, their wings beating softly before they vanish into morning haze. One adult points to a patch of edible plants. The other kneels and begins digging with a wooden stick hardened by fire. The smell of fresh soil rises rich and damp. Roots come free, slowly clotted with mud. They will be washed, cooked, shared, perhaps dried, if there is enough. You think about how fragile survival can be. A group may thrive for 10 years and then lose many members during one severe winter. Another group may grow simply because their river valley stays mild, their food sources remain steady, and their children live. Human history turns on moments that would never appear in grand stories. A curious pattern from prehistoric archaeology is how uneven the record itself can be. Some sites preserve bones, tools, pigments, and hearths beautifully. Others vanish almost completely because acidic soil-water animals or time destroy the evidence. Even what we know about the past depends partly on chance. History rather rudely did not preserve itself according to our research needs. You return to camp as the sun breaks through the mist. Light touches the fire smoke and turns it silver. Someone has hung strips of plant fibre to dry between two branches. Another person cracks small bones for marrow, though today there is less urgency than before. Children gather near the river and press their hands into wet mud, leaving prints that fill slowly with water. One small footprint remains beside them, perfect for a moment. Then someone steps too close, the edge collapses and the print disappears. That is prehistory in miniature. Some traces survive, most do not. Among scattered burials and ancient camps, researchers sometimes find evidence that certain ornaments, tools, or customs belong to particular groups. A bead style here, a carving technique there, a way of shaping stone that appears in one region and not another. These cultural differences may spread through teaching, exchange, or migration, but they may also fade when a small group disappears or joins another. Biology behaves in a similar way. Some traits expand, others vanish. Many leave no obvious reason behind. There is still disagreement about how much human variation during the Ice Age was driven by natural selection compared with drift migration and later mixing. The answer depends on the trait, the region, and the time period. Skin pigmentation, for example, often shows strong links to sunlight. But other traits may have weaker or more tangled explanations. The further back you look, the more the story becomes a braid of causes. You sit beside an older woman as she sorts small shells and teeth into a pouch. Some are pierced, perhaps for wearing on clothing or a cord. They make a faint clicking sound as they touch. One shell is broken, but she keeps it anyway, rubbing it between her fingers as if it holds memory. Maybe it came from a distant shore. Maybe it belonged to someone gone. Maybe it is simply pretty, and that is enough. Not every object needs a grand purpose. Not every trait does either. The afternoon grows warm. Insects hum above the reeds. The river carries tiny flecks of sunlight downstream. People rest in the shade, repairing tools and telling stories in low voices. You do not understand the words, but you understand the pauses, the gestures, the sleepy amusement when someone exaggerates. The quiet power of chance surrounds them. It hides in who is born, who travels, who survives, who meets whom beside a river, who crosses a ridge, who stays behind. Over thousands of years, these small accidents gather weight. They help explain why human differences cannot be reduced to simple stories of usefulness. Even survival itself is never perfectly fair or tidy. As evening returns, the campfire brightens against the dimming riverbank. Smoke rises into violet air. Children fall asleep near their parents. Tools are tucked away. The shells are wrapped carefully in hide. You watch sparks lift from the fire and vanish one by one into the dark. Each spark rises by heat, wind, and accident. Some drift high, some fade at once. And in that soft fading light you understand that humanity was shaped not only by need, but also by chance moving silently through time. The fire burns low and steady beside the riverbank while evening settles softly over the camp. The air's warmer than the frozen northern plains you crossed long ago, but night still carries a chill once the sunlight disappears. Crickets hum through the grass. Water moves quietly nearby, brushing against stones in slow rhythmic patterns. You sit close enough to the fire to feel warmth against your legs, while cooler air touches the back of your neck. Smoke drifts upward in twisting ribbons smelling of damp wood and roasted roots. Around you, people settle into the familiar movements of evening. A woman combs fingers gently through a child's tangled hair. An older man sharpens a bone point with slow, careful strokes. Someone else quietly laughs at a story you cannot understand, but somehow still recognize as teasing. Tonight your attention rests on faces. Not categories, not labels, just faces glowing softly in firelight. One person has broad cheekbones catching the orange glow. Another has a narrower jaw and deep-set eyes. One child's hair falls in dark, loose waves, while another's curls tightly against the scalp. Skin reflects the fire differently from face-to-face gold on some copper on others, dark amber on others still. Variations surround you everywhere, but nothing about it feels strange to the people gathered here. They're simply familiar faces within a community. The modern habit of dividing humanity into rigid boxes would make little sense in this world. Human traits blend gradually across geography, changing little by little over distance and time. Ancient populations moved, met, separated, reunited, and exchanged knowledge constantly. There were no sharp biological borders painted neatly across the earth. You study the group quietly while sparks drift upward into the dark. One young hunter leans forward near the fire, his face partly hidden beneath shifting shadows. Beside him an older woman with lighter skin scarred by weather turns a shell bead slowly between her fingers. A child nearby has inherited features from both parents in combinations no one comments on because that is simply how humans work. Deep inside ancient skeletons and preserved DNA, scientists see evidence of extraordinary mixing across prehistoric populations. Human history is movement layered upon movement. Groups met repeatedly through migration routes. Seasonal gatherings, trade networks, shared hunting grounds, and intermarriage. Even populations separated for long periods rarely remained completely isolated forever. The fire crackles softly as someone places another branch onto the flames. Resin hisses. Smoke thickens briefly before drifting upward through the cooling air. You think about how modern people often misunderstand faces from the past. There is a temptation to imagine ancient humans as belonging neatly to modern identities. But those categories did not exist in the same way. Human variation existed certainly, yet it flowed continuously rather than dividing cleanly. Ancient remains from different regions reveal combinations of traits that resist simple classification. Facial structures, skin pigmentation, hair textures, and body proportions shifted gradually across landscapes and generations. The deeper researchers look into prehistoric populations, the harder it becomes to maintain rigid biological categories. A soft breeze moves through camp carrying the smell of river mud and crushed grass. Somewhere beyond the firelight, frogs begin calling from shallow water. One fascinating detail from forensic reconstruction work is how difficult it can be to recreate ancient faces accurately from skeletal remains alone. Bones reveal important information about structure, age, and health, but features such as skin tone, hair, texture, eye colour, and soft tissue vary enormously and often remain uncertain without additional genetic evidence. Modern reconstructions are informed estimates rather than perfect portraits, which honestly feels appropriate somehow. The past should keep a little mystery. You lean back against a rolled hide and watch firelight shift across the people nearby. Faces change constantly depending on light and shadow. A broad nose catches brightness from one angle. A heavy brow disappears into darkness from another. Expression changes everything, too. A tired face, a laughing face, an anxious face all become different landscapes. The group begins eating quietly. Roasted roots fish and strips of dried meat pass from hand to hand. Grease shines briefly on fingers before disappearing into firelight shadows. Human faces evolve for more than survival alone. Faces communicate emotion, intention, trust, fear, attraction, comfort, warning, and belonging. Tiny muscle movements shape social life constantly. In small prehistoric communities, reading expressions correctly may have mattered greatly for cooperation and group stability. Some researchers examining facial diversity believe climate influenced certain structural patterns over time, especially around the nose and cheek region. Others argue that migration history and random inheritance explain much of the variation. The evidence grows more complex with every new discovery because humans have always moved and mixed far more than older theories assumed. Across the fire, a little girl stares sleepily into the flames while absent-mindedly tracing circles in the dirt. Her cheeks glow orange in the firelight. An older man gently drapes another hide around her shoulders without interrupting his conversation. Care moves quietly through this camp. So does beauty. Not beauty in the modern commercial sense of mirrors, advertisements, and people pretending cucumber water will transform their lives. Simpler than that. Human appreciation for familiar faces, expressive eyes, healthy skin, decorated hair, graceful movement, warmth in a smile. Decorative objects discovered at prehistoric sites suggest that appearance already carried meaning tens of thousands of years ago. Shell beads carved pendants, pigments, feathers, and shaped ornaments appear across many Upper Paleolithic communities. People cared how they looked to one another. You imagine firelight gatherings where ornaments clicked softly against hide clothing, while stories moved through the dark. A necklace made from teeth or shells might signal memory, identity, skill, family ties, or simply personal preference. Even in difficult conditions, humans still created beauty. The night deepens slowly around the camp. Stars appear one by one above the river valley. Smoke drifts upward toward them in faint twisting threads. You notice how impossible it becomes to separate biology from culture completely. Faces carry inherited structure, yes, but expression, hairstyle, decoration, scars, posture, and emotion all shape how people appear to one another. Human identity has always been more than bone. A child finally falls asleep beside the fire while adults continue speaking quietly nearby. Their voices blend into the soft sounds of insects moving water and crackling wood. You look around the circle one more time. Different faces, different histories, different combinations of ancestry shaped across countless generations. Yet every expression around the fire remains unmistakably human. The flames lower gradually into glowing embers while darkness settles deeper over the valley. Somewhere far beyond the reeds, another campfire may be burning beneath another sky, other faces glowing in other circles of light. Variations continuing softly across the ancient world like ripples moving outward through water. The river valley grows quiet after midnight. Only a few embers remain awake beneath the ash, glowing softly whenever the wind breathes through them. Most of the camp sleeps beneath layered hides, while insects hum steadily in the grass beyond the firelight. The sky above is immense and clear, crowded with stars so bright they seem close enough to touch. You lie awake listening, a cough from one shelter, the creak of stretched hide in cooling air, water moving slowly over stones, and voices. Not loud conversation now, but soft murmurs drifting between the last adults still awake beside the fire. Their words rise and fall gently in rhythms you do not understand, yet the sound feels deeply familiar. Human speech carries emotion long before meaning, comfort, humour, weariness, warning, affection. You begin thinking about language itself. Somewhere far back in humanity's past, long before cities or writing people learned to shape breath into shared meaning with astonishing complexity. By 40,000 years ago, modern humans almost certainly possessed sophisticated spoken language capable of teaching, planning, storytelling, memory, and social coordination. Without language, much of this world would collapse. You sit up slowly and move closer to the fire where an older man speaks quietly to two younger hunters. He gestures toward the darkness beyond the river, tracing shapes into the dirt with one finger. Perhaps he describes a hunting route. Perhaps he recalls a dangerous animal. Perhaps he's simply telling a long story while everyone politely waits for him to reach the point. Human communication has probably included unnecessary tangents for a very long time. The firelight flickers across their faces while words move steadily through the night. Language allows knowledge to survive beyond one lifetime. A person can teach a child where fish gather during spring floods, which berries cause illness, how to shape stone correctly when birds signal changing weather where dangerous cliffs hide beneath snow. Speech transforms survival from individual experience into shared inheritance. Across prehistoric camps scattered through Africa, Europe, Asia, and beyond, humans carried vast libraries inside memory alone. Stories replaced books. Songs preserved information. Repetition guarded important details against forgetting. No written record survives from these ancient voices, of course. Language leaves almost no fossils behind, yet clues emerge indirectly through behaviour. Complex tools, coordinated hunting, symbolic art, long-distance exchange, ritual practices, and social organisation all hint at sophisticated communication. You watch sparks rise into the darkness while one of the younger hunters laughs softly at something the older man says. The laughter spreads quietly around the fire. Humour matters too, even here. One tiny clue hidden in the archaeological record comes from the careful transport of materials across great distances. Certain stones, shells, pigments, and ornaments appear far from their original sources, suggesting exchange networks or repeated contact between groups. Such cooperation would have been difficult without rich communication. You imagine two distant communities meeting beside a river crossing generations ago. Different accents perhaps, different customs, different ornaments, yet somehow they exchange tools, stories, mates, roots, warnings. Language builds bridges long before roads exist. The air cools further as the night deepens. You pull your hide tighter around your shoulders and notice how the fire changes people's voices. Speech near flames becomes softer somehow, more rhythmic. Sentences slow down between crackling wood and drifting smoke. A child wakes briefly from sleep and murmurs something half-formed before settling again beside an older woman. Even tiny children here are already absorbing language constantly. Every warning, joke, instruction, nickname, and story slowly shapes the mind. Researchers studying human evolution often connect language with increasing social complexity. Larger cooperative groups require memory planning, negotiation teaching, and emotional understanding. Spoken communication may have allowed humans to coordinate survival far more effectively than other species. Still, the exact origins of language remain frustratingly mysterious. The evidence disappears almost as quickly as spoken words themselves. Some scientists suspect language developed gradually over hundreds of thousands of years. Others believe symbolic thought and grammar may have accelerated more rapidly under certain social pressures. The deeper you travel into prehistory, the more silence surrounds the answers. Across the river, frogs call steadily from reeds silvered by moonlight. The sound blends with quiet speech beside the fire until the entire valley feels alive with layered voices. You notice something else too. Language changes identity. Once humans can describe people through stories, nicknames, memory, and social roles, physical traits become only one part of how communities understand one another. The hunter who laughs loudly, the woman who remembers water sources, the child who runs too close to the river, the elder who tells stories beside the fire. Culture begins wrapping itself around biology more tightly with every generation. One especially fascinating discovery from later prehistoric periods involves ancient musical instruments carved from bird bone and mammoth ivory. Some flutes discovered in European caves may date back tens of thousands of years. Imagine hearing music echo through a firelit shelter while snow fell outside beyond the darkness. Human voices probably sang long before they ever wrote. You close your eyes briefly and imagine it. Low rhythmic chanting, soft humming, children repeating phrases, stories unfolding beside glowing embers while shadows dance across hide walls. The fire crackles gently as someone feeds in another branch. Resin snaps inside the wood with tiny bursts of light. Smoke drifts upward, carrying the scent of pine and cooked fat into the cool air. The group around you grows quieter now. One by one, the remaining adults settle into sleep beneath fur coverings. Conversation fades into occasional whispers, and yet language remains everywhere. In the names people carry, in remembered paths, in hunting gestures, in songs, in warnings passed from parent to child, in stories explaining the stars above the valley. Buried beneath layers of time, archaeologists sometimes uncover pigments, carvings, ornaments, and decorated tools that suggest symbolic thinking deeply connected to communication. Humans were not merely surviving physically. They were building shared meaning together. You stare upward through the drifting smoke toward the crowded sky overhead. Somewhere beyond distant hills, other campfires glow tonight beside other rivers and forests. Other languages move through darkness, different sounds, different rhythms, different words for firewater, animal, child, moon, yet all part of the same growing human ability to turn thought into sound and sound into memory. The embers settle lower, the valley quiets further, and around you, invisible threads of language continue binding human communities together beneath the ancient stars. By the following evening, the group has moved again. The river valley has narrowed into rising stone cliffs streaked dark with moisture and old mineral stains. The air here feels cooler and stiller. Sound behaves differently too. Footsteps echo softly against the rock walls, and even quiet conversation seems to linger longer in the air. Ahead of you, beneath an overhang of stone, flickering orange light spills outward into the dusk. A cave. You follow the others inside, slowly allowing your eyes time to adjust. The smell reaches you first. Smoke, damp stone, animal hide, earth untouched by sunlight. Somewhere deeper within the cave, water drips steadily into a shallow pool with a hollow ticking sound that almost resembles a clock. The fire near the entrance crackles softly while shadows move across the uneven walls. Several people are already inside preparing food and arranging sleeping areas. Children whisper excitedly near the rear of the chamber, before being gently shushed by an older woman. But something else catches your attention. The walls themselves. At first you notice only dark shapes. Then, as the firelight shifts, animals emerge from the stone. Long curved backs, hooves, horns. layered lines scratched carefully into the rock surface. Some figures overlap older ones beneath them. Others seem to move when the flames flicker. You step closer. Painted animals stretch across the cave wall in red, black and ochre tones. Horses, bison, deer, handprints pressed into pigment thousands of years ago. And suddenly the people around you feel even more familiar, because survival alone does not create art like this. Deep inside caves scattered across Europe and other regions, archaeologists have uncovered extraordinary paintings dating back tens of thousands of years. These images reveal planning symbolism, memory and imagination. Pigments were gathered and prepared carefully. Some artists use mineral ochre, charcoal or manganese. Others shape the cave wall itself into part of the image, allowing natural bulges in the rock to become the muscles of an animal. You move closer to one painted horse, while firelight trembles across its outline. The brushstrokes feel alive somehow despite their age. Someone stood exactly here in flickering light, and chose these lines deliberately. No one knows precisely why. Perhaps ritual, perhaps storytelling, perhaps teaching, perhaps memory, perhaps all of these at once. The evidence remains incomplete, but the emotional force of the painting still survives astonishingly well. You sit near the wall while one young child traces shapes into the dirt nearby using a burnt stick from the fire. An older man watches silently before adjusting the child's hand position with gentle patience. Teaching again. Always teaching. The cave amplifies every sound around you. Crackling fire. Dripping water, soft footsteps on stone, distant breathing from sleeping bodies farther inside. Smoke curls slowly upward and clings to the ceiling before slipping toward narrow openings overhead. One remarkable detail from several cave systems is the discovery of children's handprints and footprints alongside adult art. These caves were not simply galleries hidden away from ordinary life. People brought families into them. Children explored these dark spaces carrying torches and curiosity into the deep earth. You imagine how the paintings must have looked during ceremonies or storytelling gatherings. Firelight dancing across moving figures, shadows making animals appear alive against the walls, voices echoing through stone chambers while smoke drifted upward into darkness. Even now, standing in the cave, you feel something almost dreamlike about it. The people around you continue their evening tasks calmly. One woman grinds pigment beside the wall using a smooth stone. The powder stains her fingertips red. Nearby strips of meat hang drying beside the fire, while another person repairs a cracked spear shaft. Art exists beside ordinary survival, not separate from it. Buried charcoal fragments and pigment remains show that some cave spaces were revisited repeatedly across generations. People return to certain places again and again, carrying memory into the darkness with them. You walk deeper into the cave where the air grows cooler. Moisture beads on the stone walls. Your footsteps splash lightly through shallow puddles. Torchlight flickers ahead, illuminating more paintings hidden farther inside. Some animals are painted with astonishing detail. Others are abstract or incomplete. A few markings remain mysterious entirely. Not all researchers interpret cave art in the same way. Some emphasize spiritual or ritual explanations. Others suggest storytelling, hunting symbolism, social identity, or even altered states of consciousness. The farther you move into prehistoric thought, the harder certainty becomes, and perhaps that uncertainty is part of the beauty. Human minds 40,000 years ago were already rich with imagination, symbolism and emotional complexity. These paintings are not primitive attempts at culture, they are culture. The torchlight beside you sputters briefly, releasing a stronger wave of smoke into the cold cave air. It smells sharp and mineral-rich. Water continues dripping somewhere beyond sight. Another fascinating clue hidden inside prehistoric caves comes from acoustic studies. Some painted chambers possess unusual echoes or resonant qualities. In certain locations, the richest concentrations of paintings appear in spaces where sound behaves dramatically. Some scientists wonder whether ancient people connected sound, ritual music, and visual imagery inside these underground worlds. Imagine drums echoing softly against stone while painted animals flickered in torchlight. You return slowly toward the main fire near the entrance. The warmth feels stronger after the cave depths. People have settled into quieter rhythms now. A few children sleep wrapped in fur near the wall while adults speak softly nearby. The painted figures continue watching from the shadows. You realize these caves reveal something important about human traits and identity. Physical adaptations mattered enormously for survival, yes. Skin, body shape, hair, metabolism, immunity. All shaped slowly across landscapes and climates, but imagination shaped humanity too. Art creates shared memory. Shared memory creates culture, and culture changes how humans survive. A group capable of passing stories through symbols and ritual possesses another kind of adaptation entirely. Knowledge no longer depends only on direct experience. Meaning can survive through image, gesture, and tradition. The fire lowers gradually into glowing coals while darkness thickens beyond the cave entrance. Outside, wind moves softly across the valley. Inside, painted animals shimmer faintly in the last orange light. Somewhere thousands of years in the future, people will stand inside caves like this under electric lamps, whispering in awe at the hands pressed into stone by long-vanished humans. But tonight those hands are still warm. The artists still breathe beside the fire, and deep within the sheltering earth, imagination flickers quietly against the walls while humanity dreams itself into history. Morning light reaches the cave slowly. At first only the entrance glows a pale strip of silver beyond the sleeping camp. Then the brightness spreads little by little across the stone floor, touching abandoned tools, rolled hides, and sleeping faces. Smoke from the night fire still hangs faintly in the air, trapped beneath the ceiling in soft grey layers. You wake to the smell of charcoal and damp stone. Somewhere deeper inside the cave, water continues dripping into darkness with patient, steady rhythm. A child nearby stirs beneath fur coverings and yawns loudly enough to echo from the walls. The sound bounces through the chamber, startling several birds nesting near the entrance into brief fluttering panic. The camp begins moving again. One woman feeds dry branches into the fire while another sorts bundles of beads and carved ornaments onto a flat stone. Nearby, an older man threads small animal teeth onto a cord of twisted fibre, his fingers moving carefully in the morning light. Today you notice adornment everywhere. Not luxury in the modern sense. No polished mirrors, no fashion houses, no deeply confusing footwear designed mainly to injure the wearer. But decoration exists here all the same, woven directly into daily life. A young girl wears tiny shells stitched onto the edge of her clothing. When she walks, they click softly together. Another hunter has dark pigment smeared along one arm in fading patterns. Someone else wears a necklace carved from bone polished smooth by years of touch. Long-vanished camps across Eurasia and Africa preserve traces of these objects in astonishing numbers. Beads, pendants, pierced shells, carved ivory, decorated tools, feathers, pigments, and shaped teeth appear again and again in archaeological layers from this broad period. Humans were not merely surviving, they were expressing identity. You move closer to the flat stone where ornaments are being arranged. The shells glow faintly white against darker bone pieces. Some are drilled carefully near the edge. Others show signs of long wear where cords rubbed against them over many years. One tiny fragment from the archaeological record reveals just how old this behaviour may be. Shell beads discovered in parts of Africa date back tens of thousands of years before the scenes surrounding you now. Even very early humans collected, pierced, transported, and wore decorative objects. The desire to symbolize belonging and memory runs extremely deep in human history. The older man threading the necklace pauses occasionally to warm stiff fingers near the fire. Smoke curls around his face while sunlight slowly brightens the cave entrance behind him. The smell of heated bone and pine resin fills the air. You begin wondering what these ornaments meant. Perhaps status, perhaps family ties, Perhaps mourning, perhaps beauty, perhaps all of them together. Some decorations may have helped identify different groups during encounters with strangers. Others may have carried spiritual or emotional importance impossible to recover now. The evidence survives, but the meanings drift partly beyond reach. You sit near the entrance while several younger people prepare clothing for travel. One woman uses a bone needle to repair a seam lined with fur. Her movements are smooth and practiced. Every stitch matters. Loose clothing wastes warmth. Tight clothing restricts movement. Survival lives in details. Among scattered needles and hide scrapers from prehistoric sites, researchers have found increasing evidence of sophisticated clothing production during colder phases of the Ice Age. Tailored garments likely helped humans spread successfully into severe northern climates, where exposed skin alone would have struggled against freezing winds. And clothing changes social life too. Once people decorate garments with beads, pigments, shells, feathers, or carved pieces, appearance becomes another form of communication. A traveller approaching from across the valley might recognise not only human figures, but signs of identity before hearing a single word. Outside the cave, morning mist still lingers along the valley floor. Sunlight catches it in pale gold layers, while birds wheel above the cliffs. The air smells fresh and cold beyond the smoky shelter. You follow a small group gathering near the entrance where several people are preparing pigment. Red ochre sits crushed into powder inside a shallow stone hollow. Another darker mineral has been ground beside it. Pigment use appears repeatedly throughout prehistoric archaeology. Red ochre especially shows up in burials, cave paintings, decorated objects and campsites across enormous stretches of time and geography. People carried these materials over long distances, suggesting they held real importance. One especially curious detail comes from discoveries of pigment processing kits buried beside ancient humans. Some contained grinding stones, ochre fragments, and mixing tools stored together carefully. The arrangement feels oddly familiar, like someone packing valued personal items before a journey. You kneel beside the pigment stone and touch a little of the red powder between your fingers. It feels soft and dry, like fine dust. In sunlight, the colour deepens almost like fresh clay or dried blood. Nearby, a child presses pigment onto one hand experimentally, before leaving a print against the cave wall. An older woman notices, pauses, and then smiles faintly instead of stopping her. Hands everywhere. Hands painting caves. Hands sewing hides. Hands threading beads. Hands shaping identity from ordinary materials. The farther you travel through this prehistoric world, the harder it becomes to separate practical survival from symbolic life. Ornament and function exist together constantly. A necklace may carry memory while also signalling kinship. Pigment may decorate skin while also marking ritual or belonging. Some scientists studying early symbolic culture believe these shared visual traditions strengthen social bonds between groups. Others suspect ornamentation may have influenced mate choice alliances or reputation. Human beings are social creatures, and visible symbols help organize social worlds. The valley grows warmer by midday. Sunlight reaches deeper into the cave, illuminating painted walls in shifting gold and orange tones. Several people move outside to prepare for travel, while others remain within the cool shelter, repairing tools and clothing. You notice how much patience surrounds every task here. Nothing disposable exists. A bead lost in the grass matters. A needle broken carelessly matters. A decorated cord may represent weeks of work gathering shells, carving bone-twisting fibres and drilling holes with stone tools. Modern life surrounds people with manufactured objects so abundant they become invisible. Here every crafted thing holds time inside it. As evening approaches once again, the fire brightens against the stone walls. Ornaments shimmer softly in the flickering light. Shells click together when someone shifts position. Bone pendants tap gently against hide clothing. Outside, wind moves through the valley grass beneath a sky turning violet with dusk. Inside the cave, humans continue doing something deeply ancient and deeply familiar. They shape meaning from objects. They decorate bodies that will one day vanish. They leave symbols behind in darkness. And through those quiet acts of adornment and belonging, they begin turning survival into culture beneath the patient stone ceiling of the cave. The cave is quieter tonight. Rain falls softly outside, tapping against stone and dripping from the cliff above the entrance in slow, uneven rhythms. Inside, the fire burns lower than usual, more ember than flame, bathing the shelter in deep orange light. Shadows gather thickly along the walls, where painted animals seem to drift in and out of view whenever smoke moves through the chamber. You sit close to the warmth with your legs wrapped in fur, listening to rainwater trickle somewhere deeper in the cave. The air smells of wet stone ash and damp hide. Nearby, several people sleep already curled beneath layered coverings, while one older woman continues repairing a cord decorated with tiny shells. Tonight your thoughts return to skin. Not only colour now, but the long complicated story hidden beneath it. Across the ancient world, human skin changed gradually over enormous stretches of time as populations moved into regions with different levels of sunlight. But the process was never simple, and even now the evidence feels incomplete in places like a painting faded by smoke and centuries. You hold one hand closer to the firelight and watch the colour shift under the glow. Orange light warms the skin, smoke softens the edges. Beyond the entrance, rain darkens the earth outside, almost black. Far to the north, where sunlight weakens during long winters, some human populations eventually developed lighter skin tones that help support vitamin D production under lower ultraviolet conditions. Yet this shift did not happen instantly nor everywhere in the same way. The deeper scientists examine ancient DNA, the more surprising the timeline becomes. Some prehistoric Europeans, for example, may have retained relatively dark skin long after arriving in northern regions. Meanwhile, lighter pigmentation appears to have spread gradually through later populations over thousands of years, alongside migration-mixing diet and environmental pressures. The old assumption that northern populations immediately became pale under weak sunlight now seems far too tidy. Rainwater continues dripping outside the cave in soft, hollow notes. You hear someone turn in their sleep nearby while the fire settles lower into glowing coals. One especially intriguing clue comes from ancient genomes recovered from prehistoric skeletons. Genetic markers associated with lighter skin pigmentation appear at different times across different populations, rather than emerging in one single wave. Human adaptation unfolded unevenly across geography, shaped by countless local conditions and migrations. You imagine travellers moving slowly through colder lands generation after generation, carrying inherited traits that mixed and shifted with each encounter. Some communities relied heavily on fish rich in vitamin D, potentially reducing selective pressure for lighter skin. Others depended more on inland diets, where sunlight became increasingly important for health. Nothing in prehistory stays perfectly simple for very long. The older woman beside the fire lifts the shell cord toward the light to inspect her work. Tiny beads glimmer softly against her weathered fingers. Her skin carries the marks of years outdoors beneath changing skies. Firelight smooths every face differently. You think about how modern societies often misunderstand skin colour completely. Today many people unconsciously treat it as a fixed dividing line. But in reality, skin pigmentation exists along gradual spectrum shaped by ancestry, sunlight, migration, nutrition, and time. Human variation blends continuously across landscapes, much like climate itself. Outside the cave, rain begins easing into mist. Cool, damp air slips through the entrance, carrying the smell of wet grass and moss. Long before cities or kingdoms existed, human populations already displayed remarkable diversity in appearance. Yet these communities also remained deeply connected through migration and exchange. The farther back you travel into human history, the harder it becomes to draw sharp boundaries between groups. Another fragment of the story comes from burial sites, where ancient DNA, skeletal analysis, and archaeological evidence combine to reveal unexpected combinations of traits. Individuals living in the same broad region could differ noticeably from one another depending on ancestry and movement patterns. The cave grows dimmer as the last flames shrink lower. Someone feeds in another branch, sending sparks briefly upward toward the ceiling. Smoke thickens for a moment before drifting away through cracks in the rock. You close your eyes and imagine how sunlight shaped daily life across different regions. Harsh equatorial brightness warming exposed skin beneath open skies. Weak northern winter light barely rising above frozen horizons. Clouded coastlines where sea winds carried salt and moisture inland. Mountain valleys where snow reflected sunlight upward into tired eyes. Bodies responded slowly to all of it. Not with intention, not with design, simply through countless generations of survival beneath changing environments. One small but fascinating detail preserved in ancient remains involves vitamin D deficiency itself. Some prehistoric skeletons show signs consistent with nutritional stress or limited sunlight exposure, particularly in difficult climates. Bones quietly record environmental pressures long after flesh disappears. Nearby, a child wakes briefly and crawls closer to the fire before falling asleep again almost immediately. The movement stirs the scent of smoke from the fur bedding. You notice how the fire changes everyone's skin tone equally in this moment. Orange light softens distinctions. Faces become mostly expression and shadow. Tired eyes, relaxed mouths, slow breathing. Perhaps that is fitting, because the deeper you travel into humanity's past, the more fragile modern categories begin to feel. Human beings adapted to different conditions, yes. Certain traits became more common in certain places, but populations constantly moved, mixed, and changed. Even now, scientists continue revising older assumptions as new DNA evidence appears from caves, graves, frozen ground, and ancient camps. Every discovery seems to reveal more complexity rather than less. The rain outside fades almost completely now. Only occasional droplets still fall from the cliff edge above the entrance. Beyond the cave, mouth clouds drift apart, slowly revealing scattered stars. You lean back against the stone wall and feel its cool dampness through the hide behind you. The painted animals nearby flicker softly in the firelight, while sleeping voices rise and fall around the cave. Somewhere far away beneath entirely different skies, other communities carry other combinations of inherited traits, shaped by their own journeys through climate and time. Yet all remain connected through shared ancestry, stretching backward into deep human history. The embers glow red against the dark. Smoke curls upward, and beneath the sheltering stone the long mystery of human skin continues quietly through generations who never knew they were becoming part of such an enormous story. By dawn, the rain has disappeared completely. Mist drifts through the valley below the cave in pale, flowing layers, while sunlight slowly reaches the cliffs. The air smells washed clean now. Wet stone, moss, cold earth warming under early light. Near the cave entrance, someone rekindles the fire from hidden embers and smoke rises in thin, twisting ribbons toward the brightening sky. You step outside and breathe deeply. Far below the valley stretches into forests and grasslands touched with silver morning light. Birds move through the trees in sudden bursts of motion. Water glitters faintly between reeds beside the river. The world feels calm, but movement never truly stops for these people. Soon the group will travel again, carrying tools, memories, ornaments, and children into another landscape. Humanity during this age exists in motion. Across generations, communities drift through valleys, coastlines, mountains, plains, and forests, slowly spreading across enormous distances, and with movement comes mixing. You follow several adults down a narrow path toward the riverbank. Damp moss presses softly beneath your feet, while loose stones shift carefully under each step. One hunter pauses to examine distant smoke rising far across the valley. Another group, not enemies necessarily, not friends necessarily either, simply other humans sharing the same ancient world. Long before nations or written histories existed, Human communities encountered one another repeatedly across migration routes and seasonal gathering places. People exchanged tools, ornaments, knowledge, language, genes, and stories. Human diversity developed through separation at times, but also through constant contact. The deeper ancient DNA research reaches into prehistory, the clearer this becomes. No population remained frozen in isolation forever. You reach the river where morning fog still clings close to the water. The surface moves slowly beneath pale light, carrying floating leaves downstream. Nearby, one young woman fills a hide container while another watches the distant valley carefully. A child asks a question you cannot understand, pointing toward the smoke far away. An older man answers calmly without even looking up from his work, sharpening a spear point. Perhaps strangers will arrive soon. Perhaps not. Human meetings in prehistory likely range from peaceful exchange to dangerous conflict, depending on circumstances impossible to fully recover now. Yet buried traces left in ancient camps suggest long-distance contact occurred surprisingly often. Certain shells, pigments, stones, and decorative objects travelled hundreds of miles from their original sources. Someone carried them, someone traded them, someone crossed enormous landscapes carrying pieces of distant worlds. You kneel beside the river and trail your fingers briefly through the cold water. Tiny ripples spread outward beneath the fog. One especially revealing pattern appears in ancient genomes from Europe and Asia. Populations repeatedly mixed and shifted over time rather than remaining biologically fixed. Different waves of migration overlapped across thousands of years, creating constantly changing combinations of ancestry. The story grows more tangled the deeper you look. A face in one valley may carry traces of journeys made generations earlier across mountains, grasslands, or distant coasts. Traits spread not only through adaptation, but through human relationships. You walk farther along the riverbank while the morning warms gradually around you. Sunlight begins burning away the fog in soft drifting pieces. The smell of wet reeds rises stronger now. Nearby, two children from the camp build tiny shapes in the mud beside the water. One presses shells into the sides, while the other carefully places sticks across the top. A miniature shelter, a miniature world. The adults continue preparing quietly for travel. Hides are folded, food is wrapped, spears are checked. Nothing here is rushed, but nothing is careless either. Across generations of movement and survival, certain human traits spread widely, because populations carrying them moved successfully into new regions. Other traits remained more local. Some disappeared entirely when groups faded into history. Human variation constantly reshaped itself through migration and chance. The old idea of separate human races developing independently now collapses badly under modern evidence. Ancient populations mixed far too often. Boundaries shifted constantly. Traits blended gradually across geography instead of dividing neatly into isolated blocks. And still, physical differences remained real. Skin tones shifted under different sunlight conditions. Body proportions responded to climate. Hair textures varied. Facial structures changed slowly across regions and ancestry lines. The mistake comes when people imagine those variations as permanent biological walls instead of flowing patterns inside one connected species. You pause beneath a cluster of trees while the group rests briefly in the shade. Sunlight flickers through leaves overhead, dappling the ground in moving patches of gold and green. Insects hum lazily around the riverbank. One small but fascinating clue about ancient mobility comes from chemical analysis of prehistoric teeth. Isotopes preserved inside tooth enamel sometimes reveal where a person spent childhood compared with where they were buried later in life. Some individuals travelled astonishing distances long before roads, maps, or written directions existed. Human beings have always been wanderers. Even now, sitting beside this ancient river, you can almost feel the pull of movement in the people around you. Curiosity, necessity, weather, hunger, opportunity, fear, love. All of them quietly pushing communities across the earth, generation after generation. By midday, the distant smoke across the valley has vanished into warmer air. Perhaps another camp moved on. Perhaps the fire simply died down. Either way, the brief reminder lingers. Other humans are always somewhere beyond the horizon. The group returns toward the cave one last time before preparing to leave entirely by morning. Inside, the painted walls glow softly in afternoon light. Shell ornaments click gently as people gather belongings. You look again at the hands painted on the cave walls. Some broad, some narrow, some adult, some child-sized. Different individuals from different generations leaving marks side by side on the same stone. That image feels strangely important now. Human variation has always existed, but so has connection. Shared caves, shared rivers, shared migrations, shared ancestors stretching backward beyond memory itself. Even the people who looked most different from one another in this ancient world still belong to the same long human story unfolding beneath changing skies. Evening returns slowly to the valley. Smoke drifts from the cave entrance into cooling air while stars begin appearing overhead one by one. Tomorrow the group will move again, and somewhere beyond the next ridge, beyond the next river, beyond the next stretch of grassland, more humans wait beneath other fires, carrying their own mixtures of traits, memories and histories into the endless prehistoric night. The group leaves the cave at first light. Smoke from the final morning fire drifts upward against the cliff face while people gather the last of their belongings. Hides are folded tightly. Bone needles disappear into small pouches. Spears rest across shoulders, polished smooth by years of handling. Even the children carry small bundles, now walking sleepily through the cold dawn, with hair still tangled from the night. You pause once at the cave entrance and look back. The painted walls flicker faintly inside the dim chamber. Handprints remain pressed against stone where generations left their marks. The fire pit still glows beneath the ash. Then the group moves on. The path leads upward through rocky hills where thin grass grows between pale stones. Morning wind slides across the slopes carrying the scent of dry earth and distant pine. Far below the river curls through the valley like silver thread beneath the rising sun. As you walk, you begin noticing something else shaping human life besides climate, migration and food. Disease, not dramatic plague sweeping through crowded cities. Those worlds do not exist yet. No packed streets, no overflowing sewers, no merchants coughing directly into one another's faces while arguing over fish prices. But illness still travels through prehistoric communities in quieter ways. Infections, parasites, injuries turning dangerous, contaminated water, cold weakening the body, and slowly over thousands of years human immune systems adapt alongside everything else. You follow several adults along the rocky trail while loose stones shift underfoot. One older hunter limps slightly from an old injury that never healed perfectly. Another person coughs now and then into the cold morning air. Long-vanished skeletons sometimes preserve traces of ancient disease surprisingly well. Bone lesions, healed infections, dental abscesses, nutritional stress and joint damage all whisper fragments about the physical hardships people endured. Even teeth hold stories. Worn enamel cavities and signs of illness remain long after skin and muscle disappear into soil. The wind grows stronger near the ridgetop. You pull your hide tighter around your shoulders and continue climbing beside the others. Below the valley begins fading into pale morning haze. One pattern visible in ancient DNA involves genes connected to immune responses. As human populations spread into new environments, they encountered unfamiliar pathogens carried by animals, water sources, insects, and eventually other human groups. Traits related to immunity sometimes became more common because they improved survival under local conditions. The process unfolded slowly and unevenly. Some inherited defenses helped in one region while offering little advantage elsewhere. Human biology constantly adjusted to local pressures, while populations moved and mixed. A child ahead trips briefly on loose stone before regaining balance with offended dignity. An older woman steadies him without interrupting her pace. The line of travellers continues upward through scattered pine trees. Buried remains from prehistoric Europe and Asia also hint at another layer of complexity. Interbreeding between Homo sapiens and older human relatives such as Neanderthals may have introduced useful immune-related genes into later populations. Tiny fragments of ancient encounters still survive inside living immune systems today. The idea feels almost impossible to hold fully in your mind. A meeting beside a river 40,000 years ago, a child born from that meeting, generations passing, and eventually traces of those ancient encounters helping distant descendants survive disease. The trail levels briefly near a small clearing where the group stops to rest. Pine needles soften the ground beneath your feet. Resin scents the air warmly where sunlight touches tree bark. One woman unwraps medicinal plants from a hide pouch and crushes them gently between stones. The smell is bitter and sharp. Nearby, another person cleans a cut along their hand using water carried from the river. People here know illness intimately, not scientifically, not through microscopes or medicine bottles with impossible instructions printed in tiny letters, but through observation passed carefully across generations. Certain plants soothe pain, certain wounds become dangerous, certain foods help weakness, certain waters should be avoided. Fragments of medicinal plant use appear throughout prehistoric archaeology, though evidence remains difficult to preserve clearly. Pollen plant residues and chemical traces found near ancient burials or tools suggest humans experimented with healing substances long before written medicine existed. The group resumes walking by midday as clouds drift slowly overhead. Sunlight and shadow move across the hills in broad sweeping patterns. Insects hum among grasses warmed by the afternoon heat. You notice how carefully everyone watches one another. Health matters deeply in small communities. A serious injury can threaten the survival of the entire group during migration or harsh weather. Cooperation becomes another form of adaptation. One especially touching detail preserved in ancient skeletons is the survival of individuals with severe injuries or disabilities that would have made solitary life almost impossible. Healed fractures, missing limbs, serious dental damage. These people lived because others cared for them. That quiet evidence changes the emotional texture of prehistory. Not just struggle, also patience, also tenderness, also responsibility carried together. By late afternoon, the group descends toward a new valley where open grassland meets scattered woodland. Warm wind carries the scent of animals somewhere ahead. Birds circle slowly above distant trees. The people begin searching for signs of water and shelter, while children gather fallen branches for the evening fire. Familiar routines return once more. Build warmth, prepare food, repair tools, rest tired bodies. Human traits continue evolving quietly through all of this. Climate shapes some pressures, diet shapes others, migration reshapes populations repeatedly. Disease adds another invisible force moving through generations, and still nothing acts alone. A useful immune trait in one environment may spread through migration into another. A population surviving harsh illness may pass certain inherited defenses onward. Ancient encounters between groups may leave biological echoes lasting thousands of years. The deeper the story becomes, the more connected everything feels. Evening settles softly across the new valley. The fire crackles beneath gathering darkness while smoke rises straight upward into cooling air. Someone begins grinding dried plants near the edge of camp. Children drift towards sleep beside the flames. You sit quietly watching sparks rise into the night sky. Bodies adapting, communities caring for one another. Invisible battles against illness unfolding generation after generation beneath changing climates and shifting migrations. And through it all, humanity continues onward across the ancient earth, carrying survival not only in muscle and bone but in memory, cooperation, and the slow inheritance of resilience. The new valley feels older somehow. Not older in years because every landscape surrounding you already belongs to deep time beyond easy imagination, but older in mood. The hills rise broader here. Trees stand farther apart. Wind moves through dry grass with a low whispering sound that continues long after sunset. The camp settles beside a shallow stream lined with smooth stones. Water slides quietly around them in silver ribbons beneath the evening sky. Smoke drifts upward from fresh fires carrying the scent of pine wood and roasting meat into cooling air. You sit near the edge of camp while darkness gathers slowly across the plains. Tonight the stars appear early. One by one they emerge above the valley until the sky becomes crowded with pale light. Without cities, roads, windows, or electric glow, the night feels enormous. The stars do not decorate the darkness here. They dominate it. And for prehistoric humans, the sky mattered deeply. You watch several people glance upward while preparing the evening meal. One older man points briefly toward a bright cluster near the horizon before continuing his work. A child follows the gesture and stares upward with wide eyes. Long before written astronomy, humans already lived beneath predictable patterns in the heavens. The moon changed shape. Seasons shifted. Certain stars appeared during migrations of animals or changes in weather. Across generations, people almost certainly connected sky patterns with memory and survival. Some traces of this attention survive indirectly through prehistoric art carved markings and carefully aligned structures from later periods. Much remains uncertain, but the sky clearly occupied an important place in human imagination. You lean back against your old hide and look upward yourself. The stars feel sharper tonight. Cold air has cleared the sky completely. The Milky Way stretches above the valley like pale smoke scattered across black stone. Somewhere beyond those stars lies a universe ancient humans could never explain scientifically, yet they still observed it closely. Human curiosity existed long before telescopes. Beside the fire, an older woman begins arranging small stones into patterns, while speaking softly to several children. Perhaps she tells a story about the sky. Perhaps she explains seasons or animal movements. Perhaps she is simply entertaining tired children before sleep. In prehistoric life, storytelling, education, and imagination often blended together naturally. Buried clues from Ice Age camps reveal that humans were already deeply symbolic thinkers by this period. Cave paintings, ornaments, pigments, carvings, and ritual burials all suggest minds searching constantly for meaning beyond immediate survival. You notice how the stars reflect faintly in the stream nearby. Water moves slowly enough to hold pieces of the sky for a moment before carrying them away downstream. One small but fascinating object discovered in prehistoric Europe appears to record lunar phases through carved markings on bone or antler. Researchers still debate exactly how such objects were used, but they hint at careful observation of repeating natural cycles long before calendars existed. The idea feels strangely intimate. A person sitting beside a fire tens of thousands of years ago, quietly tracking the moon night after night beneath cold skies. Human attention itself becomes part of survival. The fire crackles softly while someone turns meat roasting above the flames. Fat hisses into the embers. Smoke smells rich and warm against the cool night air. You think again about how human traits developed differently across regions. Climate shaped bodies. Sunlight influenced skin pigmentation, isolation shifted inherited patterns. But human minds everywhere also adapted to uncertainty by building stories, rituals, and shared understanding. Culture becomes another survival tool, not only shelter for the body, shelter for fear too. The valley darkens fully now except for firelight and stars. Beyond the camp, animals move invisibly through tall grass. Occasionally you hear distant calls echo across the plain before fading again into silence. Several younger hunters sit near the stream repairing spear shafts beneath the moonlight. Their faces glow silver blue outside the fire's reach. Nearby children drift towards sleep wrapped tightly beneath fur coverings. One especially curious pattern from prehistoric burials involves the placement of objects beside the dead. Shell beads, pigments, tools, carved items, and animal remains sometimes appear, arranged deliberately within graves. The exact meanings remain difficult to recover now. But these practices suggest humans were already thinking deeply about identity, memory, and perhaps even existence beyond death. You stare upward again at the stars. Perhaps ancient people saw ancestors there. Perhaps animals. Perhaps spirits. Perhaps stories explaining storm seasons or the movements of animals across the plains. The surviving evidence only catches fragments of those beliefs like scattered sparks, rising briefly from the fire before vanishing into darkness. Wind moves softly through the valley grass, carrying the smell of distant rain somewhere beyond the hills. The fire bends slightly under the breeze before settling again. You realize something else while sitting here beneath the ancient sky. Human diversity may have developed through geography and environment, but every community also created its own invisible world of stories and meaning. Two groups separated by mountains might adapt differently to climate, while also imagining entirely different explanations for the stars overhead. Biology and belief travel together. A child near the fire suddenly points upward excitedly. Several adults glance toward the sky where a bright streak briefly cuts across the darkness before disappearing. A meteor. The moment lasts only seconds, yet the entire camp notices. You wonder what they think it means. Even now, modern people still pause when the sky surprises them. We simply explain it differently. The stream continues whispering through smooth stones while insects hum softly along the banks. Far above the stars remain cold and endless. Across countless generations, humans beneath these skies carried inherited traits shaped by climate migration and time. But they also carried myths, fears, rituals, memories, and questions no less important to survival. Because humans do not merely adapt physically to the world, they adapt emotionally too. The fire burns lower as midnight approaches. One by one, the voices around camp fade into sleep. Smoke rises gently into the starlit darkness while the valley grows quiet beneath the immense sky. And overhead, the same stars continue shining on every human journey across the ancient earth. The morning after the star-filled night, the path begins to climb. At first, the slope is gentle, rising through pale grass and scattered shrubs still wet with dew. Then the valley floor drops farther behind you and the air grows thinner, cooler, cleaner. Each breath feels sharper as you follow the group upward along a stony trail between low ridges. The camp below becomes smaller with every step. Smoke from the last fire fades into the distance, a faint grey thread against the wide earth. Ahead, the hills lift toward higher ground, where snow remains tucked into shadowed cracks, even though the lower valley has begun to warm. Wind moves differently here. It does not merely pass across the land. It seems to circle, return, and whisper along the stones. You pull your hide covering tighter and keep walking. High places ask different things from the body. Even before humans lived permanently on the great plateaus and mountain ranges of the world, travellers crossing elevated terrain would have felt the change. The air thins, breathing becomes more effortful. Cold arrives quickly after sunset. Sunlight can feel intense during the day, especially when reflected from snow or pale rock. The group moves more slowly now. No one announces the reason. They simply adjust, steps shorten. Pauses become more frequent. Loads shift from one shoulder to the other. A child asks to be carried and an adult sighs softly before lifting them onto a back wrapped in fur. Some things are eternal. You stop near a cluster of dark stones where the trail widens. The wind smells of cold mineral dust and distant snow. Far below the river gleams faintly like a thread of bone through the valley. In later human history, some populations living at high altitude developed remarkable adaptations to low oxygen. Groups in Tibet, the Andes, and the Ethiopian highlands showed different biological responses to thin air, including changes related to breathing blood and oxygen use. These adaptations did not all follow the same path, which is a wonderfully human way to solve one problem in several complicated ways. This scene takes place much earlier than many well-studied high-altitude adaptations, but the basic challenge already exists. Any humans crossing mountains or plateaus must deal with cold exposure-reduced oxygen and difficult movement. The body notices immediately, even if it has no name for altitude. You continue upward. The ground becomes rougher beneath your feet. Loose stones slide with dry clicking sounds. Small alpine plants cling low to the earth, their leaves tough and close against the wind. Somewhere overhead, a bird circles silently against the pale sky. A young man ahead pauses to breathe, hands resting on his knees. Another person offers him water from a hide container. He drinks slowly, then nods without drama. The group waits. In small communities, pace belongs to everyone. Ancient routes through mountains likely mattered greatly for migration and contact. Passes could connect valleys, open paths toward new hunting grounds, or separate groups for generations when weather closed them. A mountain is not merely scenery in prehistory. It is barrier, shelter, lookout, danger, and doorway all at once. You reach a shallow cave beneath an overhanging cliff where the group rests through the brightest part of the day. The shelter smells of cold stone and old animal traces. Someone lights a small fire near the entrance, protecting the flame from wind with carefully placed rocks. Smoke slips sideways along the cliff face before rising into clear air. Inside, people unwrap food and sit close together. Dried meat, roots, a few nuts saved from lower ground. Eating here feels practical and quiet. The body needs energy in the cold, and climbing has made everyone hungry. One tiny detail from high-altitude life seen much later in several mountain cultures is how carefully people use yak llama or other herd animal products where those animals exist. Meat, milk, hide, dung, fuel, wool, and transport all become part of survival. Your ancient group does not yet live in those later herding worlds, but the pattern is familiar. In hard environments, almost nothing useful is wasted. Nature provides no extra storage closet. The fire snaps softly. You warm your fingers and feel the ache slowly leave them. Outside sunlight shines fiercely on patches of snow. The brightness makes several people narrow their eyes. High places also intensify sunlight because thinner air filters less ultraviolet radiation. Later populations in elevated regions faced strong sunlight and cold, together a slightly rude combination like being frozen and sunburned by the same landscape. Skin eyes, clothing, shelter and behaviour all had to answer these pressures in different ways. In certain regions, old genetic traces reveal a particularly fascinating high-altitude story. Some Tibetan populations carry a version of the EPAS1 gene, associated with adaptation to low oxygen, and studies suggest this variant may have come from Denisovan ancestry. A vanished human relative leaves a helpful echo in people living thousands of years later on the roof of the world. The thought feels almost dreamlike as you sit in the rock shelter. Ancient meetings, ancient inheritance, breath made easier by a fragment of deep human connection. The picture is not simple, of course. Mountain adaptations differ by region. Andean populations often show different physiological patterns than Tibetan populations. Ethiopian highlanders differ again. The same thin air shaped several distinct answers across time, place and ancestry. You step outside when the group prepares to move again. Afternoon light has softened and long shadows stretch across the stony ground. The wind has calmed a little. Far ahead, the trail bends between two ridges and disappears into higher country. Walking resumes slowly. You hear leather bindings creak. Stones shift. Breath deepens. A child hums softly until an adult asks for quiet, though gently. The sound of the group becomes a rhythm of effort. Step, breath, pause. Altitude makes the body feel honest. You cannot pretend you're not tired. The lungs keep their own strict account. As evening nears, the group reaches a sheltered hollow protected from wind by dark rock walls. Snow lies in thin patches nearby, and someone begins melting it in a hide-lined depression warmed with hot stones. The process is slow, delicate, and slightly inconvenient, which describes much of prehistory rather well. A fire is built with scarce dry wood carried from lower slopes. Its flame is smaller than the valley fires, but even a small fire transforms the hollow. Orange light touches stone. Heat gathers close to the ground. Faces relax. Above stars appear early in the high clear sky. You sit near the small fire and listen to breathing settle around you. The climb has quieted everyone. No one wastes words. The cold descends quickly, wrapping the hollow in blue shadow. High landscapes reveal another side of human difference. Sometimes bodies adapt through visible traits. Sometimes through hidden blood chemistry, lung function circulation, or cellular responses no one can see. Much of human variation is invisible from the outside, working quietly beneath skin and bone. The fire lowers. The wind moves softly over the ridge, and in the thin cold air you feel how every landscape asks a question of the human body, while humanity answers slowly, generation by generation, with breath, memory, movement, and survival. The mountain hollow stays dark long after sunrise. Cold air settles heavily between the rocks, and only the highest peaks catch morning light at first. Frost glitters across the ground in pale silver patches. The fire from the night before has nearly vanished, reduced to a bed of dull red embers beneath grey ash. You wake slowly beneath layered hides while the group around you begins stirring one careful movement at a time. Someone coughs into the cold air. Someone else feeds dry twigs into the fire until small flames return with soft snapping sounds. The smoke smells sharp here. Cleaner somehow. Thin mountain air changes everything, even fire. You step outside the shelter and immediately feel the cold tighten across your face. The wind has returned during the night, moving steadily over the ridges with a long whispering sound. Far below, clouds drift through the valleys like pale rivers. The world feels quieter at this height. Even animals seem fewer, but life still survives here. Tiny plants cling to cracks in stone. Birds circle overhead, searching the slopes. Small herds move through distant passes where snow has melted enough to expose grass. Humans follow them because humans follow possibility. You walk carefully across frozen ground toward a narrow stream fed by melting snow. The water is painfully cold against your fingers. It smells of stone and ice almost without any scent at all. At elevations like these, every task demands more effort from the body. Walking, carrying wood, climbing slopes, keeping warm. The human body responds immediately to thinner air with faster breathing and quicker exhaustion. Over very long periods of time, populations living permanently in high-altitude regions developed different biological strategies to handle reduced oxygen. Yet those changes did not appear instantly. Ancient travellers crossing mountains like these would still struggle with fatigue, headaches, and cold, just as modern people often do when climbing too high too quickly. Nearby, one young hunter pauses often while gathering firewood, breathing hard despite the slow pace. Another person rubs aching legs beside the fire after returning from a steep slope. The mountain quietly reminds everyone that survival here requires patience. You return toward camp carrying an armful of dry branches gathered from lower ground. Their bark smells dusty and resin-rich beneath the cold morning air. Around the fire, several adults are preparing food while discussing something in low, serious voices. One points toward distant peaks barely visible beyond drifting cloud. Another shakes their head slowly. Weather controls movement in these landscapes. A storm arriving too early can trap travellers between passes. Snow can erase paths entirely. Wind alone can drain warmth from the body frighteningly fast once sunlight disappears. Ancient migration routes through mountain systems likely shifted constantly depending on season and climate. Some passes opened only briefly during warmer months. Others remained dangerous year-round. Human movement through these regions was never smooth or predictable. The fire grows brighter now, reflecting against dark stone walls around the camp. Smoke rises straight upward for a few moments, before wind tears it away across the ridge. One detail preserved in ancient camps from colder regions involves repeated repair and reuse of tools and clothing. In difficult environments, replacing lost items could be extremely costly. A broken needle or damaged hide might threaten survival more seriously than modern people easily imagine. You watch an older woman carefully repairing worn footwear beside the fire. The stitching is tiny and precise despite stiff cold fingers. Layers of softened hide overlap around the sole, where stone and ice have worn through repeatedly. Modern people throw away shoes because a colour changes out of fashion for 6 minutes. Here footwear stands between life and frostbite. The group remains in the mountain hollow through midday while clouds gather again around the peaks. Wind carries flakes of dry snow through the air, despite the season beginning to soften in lower valleys. You sit near the edge of camp beside a young child staring upward at the mountains with silent concentration. The child traces patterns into frost with one finger, while listening to distant cracking sounds somewhere high above. Ice shifting, stones settling. The mountains never fully sleep. Far from these ridges, other human groups adapt to entirely different conditions. Dense forests, open coasts, warm grasslands, frozen tundra, yet all remain connected through the same slow process of responding to local environments, generation after generation. Some inherited traits emerge visibly, others remain hidden deep inside the body. High-altitude adaptation offers a perfect example. Certain populations later develop changes affecting blood oxygen, regulation breathing efficiency and circulation that are impossible to see just by looking at a face. Human variation extends far beyond outward appearance. The surviving evidence only catches fragments of how these changes unfolded. Ancient DNA helps, skeletal remains help. Modern physiology offers clues, but many details remain blurred by time. You hear laughter suddenly near the fire. One of the hunters has slipped while carrying melted snow water and managed to soak part of his leg covering. Several others smile quietly, while he mutters something annoyed under his breath. Even in difficult landscapes, humans continue finding small reasons to laugh, perhaps especially in difficult landscapes. By late afternoon, the clouds begin clearing once more. Sunlight breaks across the mountains in broad golden bands illuminating snowfields high above the valley. The entire world glows briefly in pale orange light. The group prepares to descend tomorrow. Lower ground means warmer nights, easier breathing, more reliable plants, larger game herds. Yet mountains still matter. They shape migration routes, separate communities, protect valleys, challenge bodies. They also create isolation. A population living beyond one difficult mountain barrier may remain separated long enough for inherited traits to become more common through generations of relative isolation. Geography quietly shapes biology without anyone noticing it happening. The evening fire burns steadily now while darkness rises along the slopes. Wind moves more gently after sunset, carrying the scent of snow and distant pine into the shelter. You sit close to the warmth, listening to low conversation drift through the cold air. Sparks rise upward and vanish against the darkening sky. Somewhere beyond these ridges, future generations will carry tiny inherited traces shaped partly by landscapes like this. Not because mountains intended anything, not because evolution follows a grand plan. Simply because certain people crossed difficult ground, survived to raise children, and continued onward. The mountains remain silent around you. The fire crackles softly, and beneath the cold high stars humanity keeps moving through the ancient world one careful step at a time. The descent begins at sunrise. Cold mountain shadows still cover most of the valley when the group leaves the rocky hollow behind. Frost crunches softly beneath your feet while pale gold light slowly spills across the distant peaks. The air smells of snow, stone, and smoke clinging to clothing from the night fire. Everyone seems quieter this morning. Perhaps from the cold, perhaps from tiredness, perhaps because long journeys through difficult terrain encourage silence naturally. Words require energy too. You follow the others down a narrow path winding between dark rocks and sparse trees bent by mountain wind. Far below, lower valleys wait beneath drifting mist where water flows freely and grass grows thicker. The thought of softer ground already feels comforting. As you descend, the air changes almost immediately. Breathing becomes easier. The cold loosens its grip slightly, Tiny birds move through bushes beside the trail, scattering droplets of melted frost into sunlight. Human bodies notice environmental change quickly, yet the larger transformations shaping populations happen slowly, almost invisibly across many generations. You step carefully over loose stones while watching a young child walk beside an older woman. Their faces share certain features, similar eyes, similar jawline, similar way of narrowing their gaze against bright light. Tiny inherited details carried quietly forward through family lines. Most human traits do not emerge suddenly. They accumulate, bit by bit, across countless births, migrations, winters, illnesses, and encounters. Far beneath your feet, ancient layers of earth preserve fragments of those long changes. Teeth, bones, fire pits, broken tools, tiny scraps of DNA surviving in frozen ground or protected caves. From these scattered pieces, modern researchers try to rebuild the immense complicated story of human variation, and the deeper they look, the less simple the picture becomes. You reach a sheltered ledge where the group pauses briefly to rest. Sunlight warms the rock surface enough that several people sit gratefully against it. Someone unwraps dried meat. Another person massages sore calves after the long climb. The wind carries the scent of pine upward from lower forests. Across different regions of the prehistoric world, populations adapted at different speeds, depending on climate isolation movement and sheer chance. Some inherited traits spread widely because groups carrying them expanded successfully. Others remained concentrated in small populations for thousands of years. No single trait defines humanity. Instead, human variation forms overlapping patterns shaped by geography and history. A fascinating clue about these patterns survives inside ancient teeth. Tooth shape and structure vary subtly across populations, and some inherited dental traits appear repeatedly in certain regions more than others. Even tiny differences in molars or shovel-shaped incisors can help researchers trace ancient movements and relationships between groups. It feels strangely intimate somehow. A person smiles beside a fire 40,000 years ago. Thousands of years later, their descendants still carry faint echoes of that smile hidden inside the structure of their teeth. The group resumes descending through scattered forest, where sunlight filters softly through branches overhead. Pine needles cushion your steps now instead of bare rock. The air smells warmer here, rich with damp soil and resin. A child suddenly runs ahead, chasing something unseen between the trees, before being called back immediately. The entire moment feels familiar enough to belong almost anywhere in human history. You realize how much of this journey has involved ordinary life continuing beneath enormous evolutionary processes. People still tease one another, still comfort children, still complain quietly about sore feet, still laugh when someone slips in mud. Evolution rarely feels dramatic from the inside. Most humans throughout history simply lived. Yet slowly the environment surrounding them shaped bodies in subtle ways. Different sunlight conditions influenced pigmentation. Different climates favored different energy strategies. Isolated populations drifted genetically over time. Encounters between groups blended traits again and again. The forest thickens around you by midday. Birds call from hidden branches while insects hum in patches of sunlight. Small streams cross the trail, cold and clear from melting snow higher above. Near one stream, several people stop to refill water containers. You kneel beside them and cup water into your hands. It tastes sharp and mineral-rich. One especially interesting discovery from ancient DNA studies is just how recent some visible human traits may actually be. Features modern people often assume are ancient and fixed, sometimes spread surprisingly late in human history. The timeline of pigmentation, changes, lactose tolerance and other inherited traits continues shifting as new evidence emerges. The ancient world refuses to stay neatly organized. Different valleys tell different stories. Different populations adapt differently. Even neighboring groups may follow separate biological paths depending on movement, diet, and environment. You continue through the forest, listening to the steady rhythm of footsteps over needles and damp soil. Sunlight moves in slow shifting patterns across the group. Smoke scent still clings faintly to everyone's clothing despite the fresh mountain air. By afternoon, the trees begin opening onto lower grasslands once more. Warm wind rises from the valley below, carrying the smell of water and flowering plants. Several people visibly relax at the change. Bodies respond emotionally to landscape too. Warmth feels safer after cold. Shelter feels precious after exposure. Water sounds comforting after dry wind. Perhaps those emotional responses shaped human behavior more than we fully understand. At the edge of the forest, the group pauses together overlooking the valley below. Herd animals move in the distance like drifting shadows across pale grass. Birds circle lazily above the river. The people around you carry countless inherited traits shaped by thousands of years before this moment. Yet none of them think about ancestry in scientific terms. They think about weather, food, safety, family, tomorrow's path, and somehow that makes the story feel even larger, because human evolution was not guided by grand awareness. It unfolded through ordinary days exactly like this one. Walking downhill, sharing water, carrying children, repairing tools, sleeping beside fires, surviving long enough to pass tiny inherited changes forward again and again. Evening approaches as the group begins building another temporary camp near the valley floor. Smoke rises once more through cooling air, while sunlight fades into soft amber along the hills. You sit near the growing fire and feel warmth return slowly to tired legs. Around you, familiar rhythms continue. Food prepared, hides arranged, quiet voices drifting through dusk. And beneath all of it, the long invisible story of human adaptation continues moving gently through generations like a river crossing the ancient earth. The valley below the mountains feels almost gentle after the cold heights behind you. Grass moves softly in the evening wind. Water flows openly beside the camp instead of hiding beneath ice. The air carries the smell of damp earth, wild plants, and smoke drifting upward from several small fires. Somewhere nearby, frogs call steadily from reeds along the riverbank. You sit close to the warmth while the group settles for the night. One child sleeps immediately after eating, curled beneath a fur covering beside an older woman. Another still fights sleep with determined blinking while tracing circles in the dirt using a burnt stick. Nearby, two hunters quietly inspect spear points worn from the mountain crossing. The world here feels calmer, but survival never truly relaxes for long. Even in fertile valleys, humans must constantly adjust to changing conditions. Weather shifts, animal herds move, rivers flood, plants fail, illness spreads, new groups appear beyond the horizon, and slowly over many generations the body responds to these pressures in ways people living through them could never fully see. You stretch your hands toward the fire and watch sparks drift upward into the darkening sky. Smoke curls around your face, carrying the familiar scent of pine resin and cooked meat. Tonight your thoughts turn toward children, not only because several already sleep nearby breathing softly beneath layered hides, but because every human trait survives only if it passes successfully from one generation to the next. Children are where evolution becomes visible, not dramatically, not all at once, but quietly through inheritance. A certain eye shape appears again, a particular hair texture, a tendency toward taller height or broader build, a body that handles sunlight differently, tiny inherited patterns moving forward through time. You watch a young mother gently untangle her child's hair near the firelight. The child's face resembles hers in subtle ways already. Similar mouth, similar brow, similar habit of squinting when smoke drifts too close. Across thousands of years, small inherited variations accumulated inside human populations, while migration constantly reshaped them. Traits spread unevenly depending on climate, geography, social connections, and chance survival. No population remained completely unchanged. No environment remained completely stable either. The river beside the camp murmurs steadily through reeds silvered by moonlight. Insects hum through the warm valley air while someone adds fresh wood to the fire. Buried remains from prehistoric children sometimes reveal difficult truths about Ice Age life. Nutritional stress, illness, harsh winters, and injury affected the youngest members of communities heavily. Childhood survival was never guaranteed, yet ancient camps also preserve evidence of extraordinary care: tiny ornaments buried with children, carefully prepared graves, small tools made for smaller hands, people teaching, protecting, carrying, and comforting the next generation whenever possible. You think about how much knowledge children needed to absorb simply to survive adulthood in this world. Which plants are safe, how to follow tracks, how to start fires, how to read weather, how to stitch hides, how to recognize danger. Human childhood is unusually long compared with many animals, and that long learning period may have helped humans build increasingly complex cultures across time. Children spend years absorbing social behavior, language skills, and traditions from older generations. In many ways, human survival depends as much on teaching as biology. A fire crackles softly, while an older man carves something from bone near the edge of camp. A child watches him carefully, leaning forward every time the knife moves. Learning through observation likely shaped prehistoric life constantly. Most skills were probably passed along not through formal instruction, but through repetition, imitation, storytelling, and shared work beside fires exactly like this one. One especially touching discovery from prehistoric archaeology involves footprints preserved in ancient mud beside adult tracks. In several sites, small children appear to have travelled directly alongside working adults through camps, caves, and riverbanks. Childhood unfolded inside the centre of community life rather than apart from it. You smile quietly, imagining exhausted prehistoric parents trying to finish tasks while children wandered directly into everything important. Some experiences truly connect all human history. The valley air grows warmer near the fire, while cool darkness settles across the grasslands beyond. The smell of flowering plants drifts through camp whenever the wind changes direction. Far from these peaceful river banks, other groups continue adapting to colder, drier, wetter, or harsher regions. Human variation keeps developing differently across landscapes, because environments place different demands on growing bodies and developing populations. Some inherited traits may offer advantages only during childhood itself. Skin pigmentation protecting against ultraviolet damage, immune responses improving survival against local disease, metabolism adjusting to food availability, tiny biological differences influencing whether children survive long enough to become parents themselves. Yet chance still shapes everything alongside adaptation. A child survives one difficult winter, another does not. One family migrates farther than others. One small group settles beside a fertile river for generations. Evolution moves quietly through those ordinary outcomes. The older man beside the fire finishes carving at last and holds up a tiny animal figure shaped from bone. The child watching him grins immediately. The carving is simple but recognizable. A small deer, perhaps. Art again. Teaching again. Memory again. Humanity constantly building culture around survival. Moonlight spreads softly across the valley now. The river glows pale silver beneath drifting mist. Several adults have already fallen asleep, while others continue quiet conversation near the fire. You notice how children sleep closest to warmth, closest to adults, closest to protection, and you realize that every visible human trait surviving into the present passed through countless fragile nights exactly like this one, carried by tired parents, protected through storms, fed beside fires, wrapped carefully against cold. The story of human variation is also the story of children surviving long enough to inherit the world. The fire lowers gradually into glowing embers while insects continue singing beyond the reeds. Smoke rises slowly into the soft dark sky above the valley, and around you another generation sleeps beside the ancient river, carrying countless tiny inherited futures quietly forward into the unknown centuries ahead. Morning fog lies thick across the river valley. It drifts low through the grass in pale ribbons while the camp slowly wakes beneath a grey sky. Moisture clings to fur coverings, wooden tools, and strands of hair. Even the fire seems sleepy this morning, smoking heavily, before finally catching properly beneath a pile of dry reeds and pine branches You sit close to the flames with your hands stretched toward the warmth. The smoke smells damp and earthy after the night fog. Somewhere nearby, waterbirds call through the mist with lonely, echoing cries. Beyond, the firelight shapes move slowly through the haze as people prepare for another day. A child coughs softly while waking. An older woman hands them warm water. Another adult checks a healing cut along someone's arm. Tiny moments of care unfold constantly around the camp, and tonight your thoughts settle again on the human body itself, not only how it changes outwardly, but how it protects itself from dangers no one can even see. Long before modern medicine microscopes or any understanding of bacteria and viruses, prehistoric humans still lived inside an endless invisible struggle against infection and disease. Bodies that responded more effectively to local illnesses often had better chances of survival across generations, yet every region carried different biological challenges. Warm wetlands brought insects and parasites. Cold regions stressed lungs and immune systems. Dense forests exposed people to unfamiliar plants, animals, and pathogens. Human migration meant constant contact with new dangers. You watch a young hunter feed more wood into the fire while rubbing tired eyes. Smoke curls around his face and disappears upward into the fog. Hidden deep inside human DNA today are traces of ancient immune adaptations shaped by those long-forgotten encounters with disease. Some inherited genetic variations appear linked to stronger responses against certain infections. Others may have carried costs alongside benefits. Nothing about human evolution stays perfectly efficient. A trait helpful in one environment may become harmful in another. Bodies compromise constantly. The fog thickens briefly as colder air slides across the valley. Water droplets gather along the edges of hides stretched near the fire. Nearby, several people are boiling roots and herbs inside a hide-lined pit, using heated stones lowered carefully into water. The smell rising from it is bitter and sharp. Plant knowledge mattered enormously in prehistoric life, even if much of that knowledge disappeared before a written history could preserve it. Certain leaves soothed pain, certain roots reduced fever. Some plants helped wounds heal, while others caused illness or death if prepared incorrectly. Fragments of this ancient experimentation survive only indirectly now. Tiny plant remains trapped in dental plaque. Pollen buried beside human remains, chemical traces preserved on grinding stones or inside containers. Much of the story vanished with the voices that carried it. You move closer to the steaming pit while an older woman stirs the water slowly using a carved wooden stick darkened by years of use. The steam smells medicinal and almost peppery. Far beyond this valley, different human communities learn different remedies depending on local environments. Arctic populations relied on one set of resources, forest groups another, coastal people another still. Culture and biology adapted together continuously. One especially fascinating discovery from ancient DNA research involves inherited immune genes linked partly to encounters between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. Some immune-related variants carried by modern humans may trace back to those ancient interbreeding events tens of thousands of years ago. The idea remains astonishing every time you consider it. A chance meeting in some forgotten landscape, a family formed, generations passing, and eventually pieces of that ancient connection helping descendants resist disease long afterward. The fire snaps sharply as damp wood finally dries enough to burn properly. Sparks leap upward into the mist before vanishing. Children now wander sleepily around the edge of camp while adults prepare tools and food. One little boy pokes cautiously at the steaming herbal mixture before quickly pulling his hand away from the heat. Another child sits beside the fire, wrapped almost entirely in fur so that only curious eyes remain visible. The body learns from environments over time, but survival also depends heavily on social learning. A child raised in this camp absorbs not only inherited biology, but generations of accumulated experience about weatherfood plants' injury and illness. Human adaptation is never purely physical. Knowledge itself becomes inherited in another form. The fog begins lifting slowly by midday. Sunlight filters through at last in soft pale beams, warming the wet grass until the entire valley smells green and alive. Insects rise, buzzing above the reeds near the riverbank. One detail preserved in ancient skeletons involves signs of repeated physical stress during childhood. Interrupted growth patterns, nutritional strain and illness left marks in teeth and bones. Prehistoric life demanded resilience from very early ages. Yet despite hardship, humans continued expanding into astonishingly different environments across the planet. That alone says something important about the species. Flexibility may be humanity's greatest adaptation of all. You walk beside the river while the group gathers edible plants nearby. Mud presses cool beneath your feet. Tiny fish dart through shallow water reflecting pale sunlight now breaking through the clouds. The people around you carry invisible inherited defenses shaped partly by generations before them. Some immune responses stronger here, some weaker there. Certain traits spreading because they helped communities survive local diseases long enough to raise children of their own. But no adaptation guarantees safety forever. Environments change. Diseases evolve. Populations move. Human biology keeps adjusting slowly without ever reaching perfection. By late afternoon, the fog has vanished, entirely replaced by warm sunlight stretching across the valley grass. The camp feels brighter now. Voices rise more easily. Someone laughs while cleaning fish beside the stream. Another person sings softly while repairing hide bag. Even in a world shaped by survival, pressure ordinary moments continue filling the spaces between danger. The evening meal cooks slowly over the fire while smoke drifts upward into clear air at last. The smell of roasted fish and herbs spreads through camp. Children curl beside parents as darkness approaches once more. You sit quietly watching the flames. Bodies healing wounds, immune systems fighting unseen threats, knowledge passing through generations beside rivers and fires. And through all these quiet struggles, humanity continues adapting not as separate isolated groups, but as countless connected communities carrying survival forward together beneath changing skies. The river has widened by the time the next evening arrives. Water moves slowly now broad and dark beneath the fading sky. Reeds sway gently along the banks while insects drift above the surface in soft humming clouds. The camp rests beneath scattered trees whose branches creak quietly whenever the wind passes through. You sit beside the fire watching orange light flicker across the faces around you. The group has travelled far through mountains, valleys, caves, forests and grasslands. Seasons have shifted gradually during the journey. Children have grown a little taller. Clothing has worn thinner at the edges. Tools have been repaired again and again. And through all of it, the human story has continued flowing forward almost invisibly. Tonight your thoughts turn toward time itself. Not a single winter or lifetime, but thousands upon thousands of years. It is difficult for the human mind to hold such distances comfortably. Even now, modern people struggle to imagine generations beyond grandparents or great-grandparents. Yet the changes shaping humanity unfolded across stretches of time so enormous, they almost resemble landscapes rather than history. You stare into the fire while smoke curls upward, carrying the smell of pine wood and roasted fish. Some inherited traits spread slowly through populations over many centuries. Others faded away entirely. Some remained concentrated within isolated regions. Others travelled astonishing distances through migration and mixing. Nothing stood still for long. Far across prehistoric Africa, Europe, Asia, and beyond countless human communities adapted to local conditions, while constantly reshaping one another through movement and contact. The old idea of fixed ancient populations separated neatly from one another no longer survives well under modern evidence. Instead, humanity looks more like overlapping waves moving across the earth. You watch a young boy sleeping beside the fire, one hand still curled loosely around a carved bone toy. Nearby, an older man stares silently into the flames, while sharpening a blade with slow, rhythmic strokes. Generations connect these two people. Parents to children, children to grandchildren, knowledge and biology travelling together. Inside ancient caves and burial grounds, traces of those connections still survive. DNA recovered from teeth and bones now allows scientists to reconstruct surprising parts of prehistoric relationships. Some individuals buried far apart turned out to share ancestry. Some populations thought unrelated actually mixed repeatedly across time. The deeper the evidence reaches, the more connected the ancient world becomes. A soft breeze moves through camp carrying the smell of wet reeds and distant rain. Sparks drift upward into the darkening sky. One especially remarkable discovery from ancient DNA studies involved identifying family relationships within prehistoric burial sites. In certain graves, researchers found parents buried near children siblings near one another, an extended kin group sharing burial spaces. Suddenly the distant past became emotionally recognizable again. Families, loss, memory. Human beings grieving people they loved tens of thousands of years ago. You lean back against a rolled hide and listen to water moving steadily beside the camp. The river sounds calm tonight, almost sleepy. Different human traits survived partly because environments favored them. But survival also depended on social structure. Cooperation, childcare, shared food, protection during illness, teaching, emotional bonds. Human beings evolved as deeply social creatures. Isolation rarely favored survival for long. One child near the fire begins murmuring in her sleep while an older woman gently adjusts the fur covering around their shoulders without fully waking herself. The movement is automatic, practiced through years of care. Tiny actions like that shaped human history too. Across many lifetimes, communities that protected vulnerable members often preserved more knowledge and more descendants. Cultural inheritance mattered alongside biology constantly. Old camps buried beneath layers of soil sometimes preserve evidence of repeated occupation across generations. The same locations reused again and again because water remained nearby, migration routes passed close, or shelter proved reliable during harsh seasons. Places gathered memory, certain valleys, certain caves, certain river crossings. Humans returned because earlier generations remembered them. The fire burns brighter as fresh wood is added. Resin crackles sharply inside the flames. Smoke drifts sideways beneath the low tree branches overhead. You think about how slowly visible traits can spread through populations. A genetic variation, offering some advantage, may remain rare for many generations before becoming common. Migration can interrupt the process entirely. Isolation can intensify it. Climate shifts can suddenly change which traits matter most. And sometimes pure chance still reshapes everything. A storm destroys one community while sparing another. A migration route opens unexpectedly. A disease spreads through one valley but not the next. Evolution does not move neatly, it wanders. One fascinating pattern visible in ancient genomes involves repeated population mixing after long periods of separation. Groups diverged geographically for thousands of years, then met again through migration and exchange. Human history repeatedly braided itself back together. The river reflects firelight now in long, trembling ribbons across the dark surface. Frogs call steadily from the reeds, while night birds move invisibly overhead. Around you, people settle into quieter rhythms. Some repair clothing beside the fire. Others sleep already beneath layered hides. A young mother hums softly while rocking a restless child against her shoulder. No one here understands genetics. No one speaks of evolution. No one realizes their descendants will one day spread across every continent carrying traces of countless ancient adaptations inside them. And yet the process continues regardless. The body changing slowly, the species mixing constantly, the environment applying pressure generation after generation. You realize something else too. Human variation did not emerge because people became less connected. It emerged while people remained connected. Even separated populations still carried shared ancestry reaching backward into deep time. Even distant groups continued meeting, exchanging, blending, and moving. The story is not division. It is relationships stretched across enormous geography and time. The fire lowers gradually toward glowing embers while mist begins rising from the river under the cool night air. Stars shimmer faintly through the tree branches above camp. You sit quietly listening to breathing insects, crackling wood and moving water. Around you, another ordinary prehistoric night unfolds beside the river. Yet hidden within it are thousands of generations of inherited change, memory, adaptation, migration and care, slowly shaping the future of humanity one small life at a time. The night air feels softer now. Summer is approaching slowly across the valley and the cold no longer bites quite as sharply after sunset. Warm wind moves through the reeds beside the river, carrying the scent of wet grass, flowering plants, and smoke from the evening fires. Insects sing steadily in the darkness while stars shimmer faintly above the trees. You sit near the edge of camp, watching reflections tremble across the water. The journey has stretched across many landscapes now: frozen plains, mountain passes, cave shelters, forest paths, river valleys glowing beneath moonlight. Each place asks something different from the people moving through it, and each place left traces behind, not only footprints in mud or charcoal in old hearths, traces inside the human body itself. Tonight your thoughts settle on something quieter than visible traits or climate, time hidden inside the body, the slow inheritance of adaptation. You hold one hand near the firelight and study it for a moment. Skin crossed by tiny lines, fingernails catching orange light, muscles and tendons moving beneath the surface whenever you flex your fingers. Inside every person around this fire exists an enormous archive written without words, genes inherited from parents, fragments passed through countless generations, ancient variations surviving from distant ancestors who endured storms, hunger, disease, migration, and unfamiliar landscapes long enough to raise children of their own. Most of those people are forgotten entirely now, yet pieces of them still remain alive inside later humans. A child nearby laughs sleepily at something whispered by an older sibling before curling back beneath a fur covering. The sound blends softly with crackling wood and moving water. Modern genetic research revealed something astonishing over the last few decades. Human populations carry traces of ancient migrations far more complicated than earlier theories imagined. Instead of neat, isolated branches, humanity resembles a vast braided river system, where groups repeatedly separate, reconnect, merge and move again. Even now, scientists continue uncovering hidden population movements preserved only in DNA. Some ancient lineages vanished completely. Others survived in tiny percentages scattered across later populations. The river beside the camp flows slowly under moonlight while smoke drifts upward through the trees. The entire valley feels calm enough to sleep, yet beneath that calm, invisible histories surround you. One especially surprising discovery involved the realization that many living humans outside Africa carry small amounts of Neanderthal ancestry. Some populations in parts of Asia and Oceania also carry Denisovan ancestry inherited from ancient encounters tens of thousands of years ago. The prehistoric world was far more connected than once believed. You glance around the camp again, faces lit by firelight, different features, different expressions, different inherited combinations shaped by migration stretching far beyond memory. And none of the people here realize they are becoming ancestors. Perhaps that is the strangest part of human history. Most of it happened quietly. No dramatic announcement. No narrator speaking over thunder while people stared heroically into sunsets. Mostly just ordinary humans trying to stay warm, find food, protect children, and survive another season. Evolution moved gently through those ordinary lives. A woman near the fire carefully braids plant fibers into cord while speaking softly with another adult. The conversation rises and falls like water over stone. Nearby, someone turns fish roasting above the flames. The smell drifts richly through the night air. Far across prehistoric Africa, other communities adapted beneath hotter skies and stronger sunlight. In northern regions, colder climates shaped different pressures. Along coastlines, seafood altered diets and nutrition. In forests, movement and survival demanded other skills entirely. No single human experience existed, Humanity spread because it remained flexible enough to respond differently to different worlds. One clue to that flexibility survives in how varied modern human populations remain despite shared ancestry. Traits associated with metabolism, immunity, altitude tolerance, lactose digestion, skin pigmentation, and body structure all reveal different evolutionary pressures acting across regions and time periods, and still all humans remain remarkably genetically similar overall. The differences visible on the surface occupy only a tiny fraction of the shared inheritance carried by the species. You lean back against a smooth stone warmed slightly by the fire. Crickets sing through the reeds, while mist begins gathering above the river. The prehistoric world rarely followed straight lines. Climate shifted unpredictably. Ice advanced and retreated. Grasslands became forests. Rivers changed course. Human communities disappeared, merged, or migrated. Every generation inherited not stability but movement. One especially haunting detail from ancient DNA studies involves entire populations known only through genetic traces rather than surviving skeletons. Scientists can sometimes detect evidence of unknown groups that left descendants, but almost no physical remains behind. Imagine existing so long ago that your people vanish almost entirely from the archaeological record, yet tiny fragments of your ancestry continue travelling invisibly through future generations. A ghost preserved inside living bodies. The fire pops softly as a branch collapses inward into glowing coals. Sparks rise briefly and disappear among the stars. Children sleep now. Adults speak more quietly. The river continues its endless movement through darkness. You realize the story of human variation is ultimately not about separation at all. It is about adaptation layered upon connection. Different environments shaped different traits, yes, but migration constantly reunited populations. Families formed across boundaries. Knowledge travelled across landscapes. Inherited features mixed again and again. The species never stopped weaving itself together. Smoke drifts slowly upward through the warm summer night while frogs call from distant water. The people around you settle closer to sleep one by one beneath fur coverings and dim firelight. Somewhere beyond the dark horizon, countless other communities rest beside other rivers, forests, plains, and coastlines beneath the same ancient sky. Different journeys, different climates, different inherited histories, yet all connected through one immense human story, stretching backward through deep time and forward into futures none of them can imagine. The embers glow softly beside the river. The stars remain steady overhead, and quietly and visibly humanity continues carrying its ancient past forward inside every new generation born beside the firelight. The final evening arrives quietly beside the river. No great storm marks the moment. No sudden revelation opens across the sky. The ancient world simply settles into darkness the same way it always has, softly and without hurry. The camp rests beneath tall trees whose branches sway gently in the warm night wind. Firelight flickers across sleeping faces and half-finished tools scattered beside the embers. The river moves steadily nearby, dark and smooth beneath the stars. You sit close to the fading warmth and listen. Crickets singing through the reeds, water brushing against stones, someone turning slowly in sleep beneath a fur covering, smoke drifting upward into the endless night. After so many valleys, mountains, forests, caves, rivers, and grasslands, the journey finally feels still. And perhaps that stillness reveals the clearest truth of all. Human beings changed because the world changed around them. Cold shaped some bodies, sunlight shaped others. Mountains challenged breathing. Diseases pressured immune systems. Isolation altered small populations. Migration reunited them again. Generation after generation, tiny inherited differences moved quietly through families crossing ancient landscapes beneath unfamiliar skies. Yet no single force ever controlled the story entirely. Climate mattered. Chance mattered. Love mattered. Survival mattered. Children mattered. Movement mattered. The prehistoric world never followed neat lines or simple categories. Human communities spread outward in overlapping waves, meeting, separating, blending, adapting, and continuing onward through time. You look around the sleeping camp one last time. An older woman rests beside the fire with one hand still curled loosely around a shell ornament, polished smooth from years of touch. A child sleeps with tangled hair across their face while warm firelight glows softly against their skin. A hunter lies wrapped in layered hides beside carefully repaired tools that will travel again tomorrow. Ordinary people, yet inside them already exist countless futures. Far beyond this quiet riverbank, descendants not yet imagined will one day cross oceans, build cities, study stars, invent writing, argue on glowing little screens about whether pineapple belongs on bread with cheese, and spend entirely too much time searching for lost keys while the keys sit directly in their hand. Humanity will become astonishingly complicated. But the roots of that future already live here beside the fire. The need to belong. The instinct to care for children, the habit of storytelling beneath the stars, the ability to adapt, the curiosity that pushes people across mountains and rivers into unknown lands, and quietly beneath all those shared human experiences, inherited traits continue moving through generations like water through the endless river beside the camp. You stretch your hands toward the final warmth of the fire and feel how soft the night air has become compared with the frozen winds of earlier sections of the journey. Somewhere beyond the darkness, other camps rest beneath other skies. Some near icy plains, some beside coastal waters, some hidden deep in forests, others crossing dry grasslands beneath moonlight. Different climates continue shaping different pressures. Different inherited patterns continue spreading through different populations. Yet the species remains connected. One long human family wandering through deep time. The embers settle lower, now glowing red beneath soft ash. Smoke rises slowly upward through tree branches silvered by moonlight. The prehistoric world leaves behind only fragments. Broken tools, bones beneath cave soil, ancient DNA hidden inside teeth, handprints fading on stone walls. Yet from those fragments, a remarkable picture slowly emerges. Not separate human stories, one human story. Messy, complicated, beautiful. A story carried forward by ordinary people surviving one season at a time. The river continues moving steadily through darkness beside the sleeping camp. Water that touched distant mountains now slips quietly past the firelight and disappears into the night beyond. Human history feels a little like that river, always moving, always changing, never truly standing still. You lean back against a smooth stone warmed faintly by the lust of the fire. Above you, stars shimmer through slow drifting branches exactly as they did for countless generations before this one. The people around you sleep peacefully now, breathing slow, faces relaxed. Children curled safely beside parents. The long journey through ancient humanity finally begins settling into silence. And somewhere deep inside your own body, invisible traces of those ancient migrations, adaptations, encounters, and survival still remain quietly alive even now. The fire dims further. The river whispers softly. The night grows calm and endless around the camp. And beneath the ancient stars, humanity continues dreaming its way forward through time.